Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Yes, hello. Good morning, everybody. It is the Brock and Salk Show here on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, 97.3 HD number 2, and YouTube, all good places to find us in the morning or later in the day if you like to time shift your life and listen to morning radio in the afternoon at the gym or as you're driving home or wherever it is that you like to find us. You can do that time shifted with the app or on seattlesports.com. You can find the podcast, or you can do that on YouTube. Like, really, the options and the ways you can do this are almost endless. I mean, there's only so many places you can find us, but once you do, I mean, between being able to listen live, watch live, do it on your phone, do it on your computer, do it on your radio, get it in HD radio, crystal clear on 97.3 HD2. I mean, like, and most of you have HD2. You don't realize that you do, but if your car is from like post 2015, maybe, like if your car is within the last 10 years, you probably have HD2. So yeah, it just takes a little bit to find it. Go find it. It'll make your morning listening to the station significantly better. I promise. Well, really all day. Listen to Bump and Stacy, it'll sound better. Listen to the Mariner game, sound better. Listen to Wyman and Bob, sound better. Like, it's just a better sound. And when you do, you'll get to hear some really cool stuff, right? Get to hear cool guests, like we got Rich Eisen today. Cool guests, like we got Jeff Passan today, right? Later in the day, you might hear something like this.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and destroyed. It's on its way. Upper deck just short. Going sail away. Grand slam. Cal Raleigh. He crushes it into space. A big blast for Cal. It is 7-0 Mariners.
That had to feel good. Spent yesterday talking about how Saturday had to feel good for Julio, right? And that's more of a career issue of just wanting to come through in those moments. But the way Cal's been struggling this year, and you know he feels the pressure. You know he feels the conversation about the team and how they've been struggling and how they haven't been the same. And he knows that he's right there at the middle of it, that he was the big leap forward that they took last year. You know he feels that. Of course he does. So for him to not just hit a grand slam, because grand slams are great. Don't get me wrong. Love a grand slam. Love to see 4 runs on the board at once. Nobody has to sell me on the home run and the importance of them, right? Take your walks, hit your home runs. You're probably going to win a lot of games. But it's not just that. It was making him pay, obviously, for the perceived disrespect of walking Dom Canzone lefty on lefty to get to Cal. And look, Canzone has put himself in a position to make that happen by having an OPS near 1,000 this year against lefties. Good on him. He's turned himself into an everyday player. He has. I love it. So proud. It's awesome. Everyone should be. Don't make the mistake of thinking Luke Raleigh has done that. Older player, has been around a long time and still can't hit lefties, which is fine. He's a really good hitter against righties. But Canzone, as a younger player, given the opportunity, and put himself in the J.P. Crawford range and the Colt Emerson range and the Cole Young range, guys who are left-handed who can hit lefties. Brendan Donovan will be there when he gets back as well. Maybe not as well as they hit lefty or righties rather, but good on them. Lefty on lefty. And his numbers this year, and obviously Cal's lack thereof, put them in a position to make that happen. Bases loaded, left-handed pitcher, Cal hitting righty, and he absolutely tanks one. So all of those things had to feel good. But I'm going to bet, and I don't know, I can't put myself into Cal's shoes. But I think anybody who's ever played baseball, even at a low level, You don't need to be a major leaguer for this. You could play in middle school. You could play in Little League. Anybody who's ever played golf. Don't have to be a PGA golfer. You don't have to be on the DP World Tour or the Korn Ferry or play in college or even high school. But any amateur golfer knows this too. When you've been struggling either to hit in baseball or softball or to hit the ball straight and far in golf, and you make contact right in the sweet spot, there is no better feeling in the world. Hitting a ball, tennis ball, racquetball, squash, I guess, although I've never played. Pickleball, maybe? I don't know. I'm not quite going to put pickleball in this category. Badminton. Yes, I said it. Badminton. If you hit one of those birdies, if you happen to hit the shuttlecock right in the middle of that sweet spot, there's no better feeling. It is effortless. It feels like it was meant to be. And I guarantee you, when Cal found that sweet spot yesterday and absolutely mashes that ball to left field, he remembered the incredible feeling of finding the sweet spot. Yeah, it was awesome, and everything else around it with the, and essentially like taking a game and putting it out of reach and just, the disrespect. Remember, Terry Francona was the manager of his hero. His hero was Jason Varitek. We've talked about that, switch hitting catcher. Cal's told us all about that. His dad in the Red Sox organization. Terry Francona and Jason Varitek are like joined at the hip for years and years. So for Tito to look over at him and be like, yeah, I'm going to pitch to Cal. Okay. Bang. Right in the sweet spot. It has to feel good in your hands, in your body, and obviously in the mind.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say also getting it off of former Mariner legend Caleb Ferguson.
Yeah. I had almost forgotten about Caleb Ferguson somehow more, and it's really surprising.
Yeah.
But that was cool. That was a cool moment for Cal. And I will say more. Maybe you felt it that day. You pummeled that poor rabbit.
Stop it.
Hit it.
I did no such thing.
Caught it right with the sweet spot. Bang! Rabbit down. Twitching.
That was pure horror.
You can even feel that sweet spot in kickball. Like when you catch it right, I swear to God, like
when you get a good kick in rugby, like
I believe it.
There's a great sweet spot.
I'm sure Jason Myers and anybody who's ever kicked a football knows it. I'm sure all of the World Cup performers this past couple of weeks know when they're lying on the ground pretending to be hurt,
okay.
the exact when they kick the ball on a good corner or something like that and you catch it right, it's just a feeling. It's just an awesome feeling. Now, I don't get to feel it very often in golf, let me tell you. I don't catch that sweet spot nearly as often as you might like. But when you do, you know what you get to bring out, especially with an iron shot, like an approach shot? You get to bring out Brock's favorite phrase from his dad. Oh, I hit it too good. Oh, it's my 8-iron. It's supposed to go 155. It went 210. How come? I hit it too good. Caught it right in the sweet spot. I never do that. Well, there's no such thing as too good in Cal's world. Not yesterday. Not when you just absolutely mash one like that. And then you look up, all of a sudden, Mariners back in first place. Mariners back over 500. Mariners have won 3 in a row. Some of the frustration of the last couple of weeks, or certainly the final week before the All-Star game, feels like it's melted away. Did it help to play a couple of teams that don't mind kicking the ball around, and the Giants and the Reds? Sure does. Sure does. That Reds team, woo-wee, do they make some mistakes? Yes, they do. They will. I'm not sure where Edwin Arroyo Edwin Arroyo was going. Where was he going from third base? That was not a good play. That ball was a deep second when Robles threw him out. Like, dude, where are you going? That was terrible. Awful play. But okay, good. Let him hand it to you. And then when you get the opportunities, you take advantage. So all of a sudden, Mariners have won 3 straight, and you start to remember all of the reasons why everybody is still high on this team, even when they're not playing their best baseball or even very good baseball, because of what they're capable of. Because they can drop an 8 spot on you like that, and oh, by the way, do it without 2 of their best players even in the roster or in the lineup yesterday. Nick Incarnation says, calm down, Salk. This team still needs to prove a lot. Don't get hyped yet. I'm not telling you that they don't have to prove a lot, but did they not just win 3 games in a row? And if you're going to kill them when they lose 3 in a row, you got to praise them when they win 3 in a row. That's not fair. Not here just to dog them every time they make a mistake. And we have been hard on them over the last 10 days for good reason. They deserved it. But they played good, clean baseball last night. It's just 1 game, but it's 3 games in a row that they've won. That Cole Young home run on Saturday is feeling more and more important. And that Cal one, if it unlocks Cal Raleigh and gets him going, and I don't know that it will, but if it does, it's a totally different team. Right? With Cal Raleigh as the kind of home run hitter that he was last year, even if it's a part of that, even if it's 80% of that. Okay. That's what's been missing this year. Maybe that's the thing that wakes him up. We'll come right back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
If you're subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube, then you saw this Wyman and Bob digital exclusive first.
Leonard Williams, he's in the final year of his deal. Can you pay him somewhere around top of the market?
He's still absolutely at the top of his game. I don't see any kind of drop-off as far as his age goes going into his 12th year.
Beyond who he is on the field, who he is in that locker room, he's just such a leader and a presence.
The home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube now.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Ask your Bryant dealer to maintain your current system or install an energy-efficient Evolution system. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. Whatever it takes.
Klein Jewelers is all about celebrating big anniversaries. What's a big anniversary? Year 1, year 5, year 25. If you forgot about it, you'll find out just how big it is. No matter the year, Klein Jewelers is here to help you celebrate with something beautiful. Maybe it's a 3-stone ring that honors your past, present, and future. Maybe it's a new band to stack or the diamond upgrade you've been dreaming about. And while we love anniversaries, we're here for all life's special moments too. Klein Jewelers by the Fountain in downtown Edmonds. Your jeweler for life.
Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are all in on celebrating savings all July long. Lease a 2026 Tacoma SR5 for $327 a month or spend the summer in a 2026 4Runner SR5 leasing at $387 a month. Both vehicles lease for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Go all in this summer at Toyota, whether you're in the north or the south. Visit them at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Clearance prices on masks, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting, and incredible savings on a custom-fit dry suit. Big savings on advanced scuba classes. Underwater Sports' 50th Annual Divers Fair starts this Thursday at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store, 107th and Aurora Avenue North. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
Dave Wyman here, brand new member of Harborstone Credit Union, and I got my PNW cashback checking account for free. No fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. Gas, groceries, coffee, travel, lunch, all categories count toward your cashback. Open your free account online like I did. Go to harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest.
Insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
Super Summer Weekend is here at LeMay, America's Car Museum. This Friday, Disney Pixar's movie Cars, drive-in theater style. Saturday, Carson Coffee Show and Family Steam Day with custom car tracks and hands-on fun. AmericasCarMuseum.org.
Hey, it's Wendy here. Are you looking to rebound from your high-interest credit card debt? A SoFi personal loan could help. Consolidate your debt with a SoFi personal loan into one low monthly payment, and you could save money on interest over time. And with as soon as the same day funding, you could hit the ground running ASAP. Apply today with no fees required at SoFi.com/debt rebound. Loans originated by SoFi Bank. NA member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debt rebound.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper. So knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
The countdown is on.
Just 4 days
until Seahawks training camp on the home of the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, well, make it 3 in a row, and this time it was the Mariners playing a clean game while their opponent had all kinds of issues. The Reds made errors, they ran into outs, and ultimately made the fatal mistake of walking Dom Canzone to pitch to Cal Raleigh with the bases loaded.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and destroyed. It's on its way. Upper deck just short. Going sail away. Grand slam. Cal Raleigh.
Yeah, that opened it up, and the Mariners go on to win 8-0. Dan Wilson on that big moment.
You know, it was an interesting situation. You know, I'm not sure I saw that coming, but you know, probably looking to get the double play there or set up the double play at least. You know, Cal just, you know, I thought that was just a great swing, a real easy swing, and you know, it looked like he just found all barrel on that one and really crushed it. So, you know, again, a big moment in the game there. Kind of that was the moment that busted it open, and you know, really happy for Cal that was the moment tonight.
First home run since July 4th. That was his first home run since July 4th. That was only his 3rd home run since returning from the IL. Yeah, I would say Cal needed that one, and Dan's absolutely right. Nice, easy swing, caught the sweet spot, caught the barrel, and see you later. Big night for Victor Robles, by the way. He goes 4 for 4, scores a couple runs, throw to the plate for an out, and just, yeah, bringing the energy that is unique to him.
I mean, energy for me is everything. When we bring the energy, doesn't matter if we lose or if we win, we got a better chance to win. So that's for me the key, to bring the energy every day.
Does a pretty good job of it, but you got to get on base in order to have that energy actually work for you, and obviously he got that done last night. J.P. Crawford scratched right before the game with a sore wrist. He is day-to-day. And then Julio left the game as well with a leg. He's also day-to-day. Here's what Dan said.
Just getting down the line, you know, running in, pounding into the bag. You know, it's a huge hustle play right there to get down the line and give us that first run and kind of, you know, turn the game into our favor, and you know, that's how these guys play. Is they play hard, and kind of hit the bag hard and hit the ball, hit him, and it was just a good moment there to make a decision to give him a minute.
So is there any concern about a strain or anything, or is it
no?
Just
There's no concern about a strain, but Dan decided to take him out, so we'll see if Julio's back in the lineup tonight for Game 2. Luis Castillo and Chase Burns on the hill. By the way, turns out Felnine Celestin wasn't the only one promoted out of Everett and up to Double-A. Johnny Farmello joins him, along with catcher Josh Caron and Lucas Kelly, putting a damper on my plans to go up there on Friday night and watch Johnny Farmello and Felnine Celestin.
Here's the second thing you need
I've
to
heard
know.
Little Rock is beautiful this time of year, so maybe I'll take Avery to Little Rock in order to watch those guys. Hate the news coming out of Seahawks camp today, or really yesterday, that Nick Emmanwori has been placed on the preseason PUP list. So what does that mean? Well, he can return to the team at any time during training camp or preseason, but if he's not activated before cutdown day, he would then have to miss the first 4 games of the season. What's wrong? How serious is it? Well, the short answer is that we don't know, but we've got some clues. He did have a couple of ankle sprains last year, both on the right ankle, including, you remember, the one right before the Super Bowl. And yeah, I think Brady thinks that this is related to that and gives a little sense as to what the timeline could be.
The sense I have got so far in my reporting is that, sounds like he's gonna miss some time during training camp, but it doesn't sound like this is something that's gonna threaten his availability for the start of the regular season. I don't know that for sure. That's just kind of the impression that I got in my initial reporting.
Well, hopefully that's the case. I mean, miss a little training camp, fine, but that's a guy that you need out there and ready to go, and hopefully this isn't something that bothers him throughout the year. He was present throughout the offseason, said he's feeling better and that the ankle wasn't a big deal, so not sure what that means. Kenny McIntosh, Tyrone Broden also join him on the PUP list.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We're just 13 days before the trade deadline. Everyone is suggesting different options for the Mariners, for everybody. Former GM Jim Bowden wants the Mariners to deal George Kirby for third baseman Casey Schmidt and lefty reliever Eric Miller. We just saw them with the Giants earlier this week.
This trade, for Seattle gets those 2 big needs that they have. Casey Schmidt is a guy that has 27 home runs. He's having his breakout season. And he's got positional flexibility, right? He can play second, third, left, right, first, DH. So the Mariners can put him wherever they think he fits best on their lineup on any given night. But this is a lineup that could use a little bolt here. It could use a little juice. And Casey Schmidt brings that. And then Miller gives you a lights-out guy whose last 8 appearances, he hadn't given up a run. So that would really help them.
I'll admit I don't know as much about Eric Miller. I'd have to find out whether or not he's the shutdown kind of reliever, leverage arm that they're looking for. I like Schmidt. He's a good player. I understand the possibility of giving up George Kirby, but you watch him go 6 shutout innings again last night, and you know what he's capable of. You better make sure you're getting the right guy. Schmidt looks like a breakout player. He's only 27. You have him for the next few years, but you got to be real sure. You got to be real sure. Now, one thing I do like about Schmidt, he's done it in a pitcher's park. There is no closer proximity. Like, nothing is going to quite be T-Mobile, but San Francisco's about as close as it comes as you're looking at, real run-suppressing parks. So that is a good sign. That is a good sign. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show at 2:06. Noting that all I'm saying is ever since they added Jimothy to the salmon races, the Mariners have been on a streak. Yes, Jimothy's quite the hero. Everybody loves Jimothy. 995.
Moved on from Humpy to Jimothy?
Apparently, yeah. Humpy's now nothing.
Okay.
Yeah. The dilapidated raccoon take Humpy out in a second.
You're so mean to...
Don't get carried away, Salk, reminds the 956. If they can defeat the Rangers and Dodgers in the next road trip, then we can start to feel excited. I know, I was going to say who hurt you, but I actually know the answer. I mean, the Mariners have hurt you, and I get it. I get it. The Mariners have hurt you. You can get excited whenever you want. Do I think beating the Reds and Giants makes you a World Series team? Of course not. Those 2 teams are bad. These aren't good teams. It's not about that. But play good baseball, play clean like you did last night, get Cal going, and then take your chances out on the road and see what happens. And maybe you do have some success in Texas, which you should. It's not like Texas is a world beater. You can go beat that team. Dodgers pretty good, no doubt.
I mean, all you can do is try to clean up some of the mistakes and
That's
take
right.
advantage of these games against bad teams. Like, we were seeing these mistakes against bad teams before, too. So you have to be happy that they're playing
100%.
good, clean baseball.
So I am happy. Am I excited because I think 3 games in a row against the Giants and Reds means World Series parades should be planned? No. But those are good. That's a good win. Saturday was an important win. Sunday was a fairly easy win. And then yesterday, that's good. It's good to see Cal do that, and it's good to see the team start to play with a little bit of energy and juice. All right, coming up, Adam Jude helps us figure out where this team is at and where they could be by that deadline. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Jeff Passan, every Tuesday morning at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
What can be the elixir to begin the second half for Cal Raleigh?
Just getting back to the basics. In his case, let's get the ball and play a little bit more. And a lot of this is swinging at pitches that he shouldn't be swinging at. Cal Raleigh will fix himself. I absolutely, firmly believe that.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
All right, Mike Salk here. I don't know what the last time was that you decided to look through your crawl space and attic. You go in there ever now? You're probably worried you're going to run into Jimothy or somebody like him. I don't want to go into my crawl space and attic. Who knows what the heck is going on in there? Most homeowners never do, and that's why you've got Crawl Pros. They will go where you don't want to. You just call Crawl Pros. They'll come out. They'll go through your crawl space, go through your attic just like they did at my house. They'll show you the pictures of what's going on in there, and then they'll take care of any problems you got. Maybe that's water. Maybe it's toxic mold. Maybe it's rodent intrusion. I don't know. Maybe you got a problem with your insulation. That's a big one because it can cause the AC to run a whole lot more, the furnace to run more in the winter. Well, guess what? If you get that fixed, there are some big utility rebates available with local utility companies incentivizing homeowners to make their home more energy efficient, and insulation's the key to that. So some homes qualify for several $1,000s in savings using these rebate programs. So don't just assume your crawl space and attic are in great shape. Do what I did. Call Crawl Pros and schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or affiliate. Products not available in every state.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain. DayandNight.net.
Slow drain? Backed up toilet? Call Day and Night to save $100 off any drain cleaning.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. From a slow drain to a major backup, no drain is too big or too small. Whether we're your first choice or smart second opinion, I guarantee our experts will solve any drain problem, day or night.
Now get $100 off any drain cleaning.
DayandNight.net.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Chuck here at Frank Lumber, the door store. You know our customers have a lot of fun with trying to figure out new and creative ways to use closeout bifold blanks to fill their needs. They can also be used as small double door units, access doors that are pre-hung, and even bypass doors. And with thousands of closeout bifold blanks in stock in Marysville and at our bargain barn, you can put your creative DIY mind to work. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline or on Cedar Avenue in Marysville. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
Just 4 days
until training camp for the Super Bowl champs. And nobody has it covered like the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip?
booked, and switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back, plus $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on Us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Your local Bryant dealer can make sure your system is up to the task. Whether it's maintaining your current system or installing an energy-efficient Bryant Evolution cooling system with perfect Humidity Plus technology, your dealer will give you what you need to help your family beat the heat. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. That's BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin. Muckleshoot.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
How important was that series win for the Mariners? Really important. How big was Saturday's win? Well, again, I got it circled in like dotted line in pencil as like that Cole Young home run may be one of those moments that we're talking about at the end of the year. I don't know yet. I mean, we'll wait and see how it all goes. But I got it circled in pencil, just a dotted line right now. Adam Jude covers the team, of course, been doing a great job for the Seattle Times. Kind enough to join us now. Good morning, Adam. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
How important was that series win, and maybe specifically that Cole Young home run?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Just who would have thought we'd be talking about, 100 games in, Cole Young is maybe this team's MVP. I go back to spring training, and, there was certainly some buzz about Cole as a potential breakout candidate. They really wanted him, obviously, to win that job at second base, but still a 22-year-old kid. He really struggled in the second half last year. I think he admitted it, too, that, he kind of wore down physically. He was just missing the fastballs that he'd always hit in the minor leagues. But, I go back to even at the end of Game 7 last year. I wrote about this. Julio had his moment, in the shower screaming, and obviously a lot of emotion, a lot of frustration in that clubhouse after Game 7 in Toronto. And I know I'm getting a little off track here, Salk, but Julio went up to Cole Young and kind of put his finger in his chest, not upset, but just like, hey, man, you need to get after it. This is a big offseason for you. You need to come back bigger and stronger. We're counting on you, sort of thing. And I thought that was a big moment from Julio, and obviously something I think Cole Young basically knew that deep down, but to hear it from a guy like Julio, I think really lit a fire for Cole Young, and here we are again, 100 games in, and he's one of the few guys in all of baseball who hasn't missed a single game this year, and they moved him up to 3 yesterday for a reason, and he responded, 2 days in a row. And yeah, I think we might look back at that as one of, if not the biggest swing for this team, depending on what they do going forward. But they had to get that series, and for as bad as they looked Friday, and for as bad as they looked for 6 innings or whatever Saturday, you couldn't help but sort of creep in the thought of like, man, the trade deadline is 2 weeks away. Are we sure this Mariners team should be going all in as buyers? So it's amazing how much, 24 hours can change things, but absolutely that Cole Young swing and that Cole Young season has really saved this team in a lot of ways.
Adam, we have our text line, we have callers, we have our social channels individually, collectively here at the station. And I would say just from, and it's dangerous, right? It could be echo chamber at times, so you got to be a little bit careful. But I would say in the 5th or 6th inning, that maybe the approval rating of the skipper might have been the lowest it's been in a couple years since he's taken the reins. How do you feel in the chambers that you monitor, in the responses that you get, in the folks that you talk to? Would you surmise the same, that maybe in the 6th inning on Saturday, with some of the Boo-Birds out, that it was maybe the most challenging mark in Dan's tenure yet?
Yeah, I think that's probably a pretty fair assessment, taking the playoffs away last year. But, everyone has to own up to it, just where they are at this point. But I think maybe the one thing I heard from, Logan Gilbert after the game yesterday, and maybe the one thing Dan has especially done well is just sort of keep the temperature in that clubhouse at a really good level, despite, a lot of the frustrations this year. We haven't seen any of the outbursts, or at least when we're in there, or at least from body language that I've seen, no one, again, it's cliche, but the rails haven't come off. No one's panicking. They've always seemed at least to have the consistent message and a consistent temperament. And I think that does come from Dan. And the one thing we heard from Logan yesterday was just like, hey, it doesn't matter what we've done now, the first 100 games and how we got here. It's the opportunity in front of us. And I think that's the only way you can approach it. But for them to sort of realize that and have that perspective, I think is really important. Because, again, everything is out there in front of them. And some of that is because how bad the rest of the American League West has been and the American League at large. But if you're the Mariners, obviously they know they're better than their record is. They know they're better. They hit better than they have so far to this point. But all you can do is take advantage of the situation in front of you. And I do think that's a credit to Dan to sort of keep everyone calm and keep everyone afloat, despite, obviously in social media and the fan base trying to turn things on, light things on fire here for a while. But we'll see. Again, I think this is a really important series, obviously, against a bad Reds team as well. And then they've got maybe their most important road trip of the season coming up against Texas and the Dodgers. So we could talk a week from now, 10 days from now, and have a much better sense of if that messaging has really resonated. But that's the one thing I think Dan has done well, is sort of keep that clubhouse pretty calm and moving in the right direction.
Did you see his answer? I think it was Saturday before the game on the identity of what he wanted the identity to look like in the second half.
Yeah, pretty vague, which is not surprising from Dan. But again, it's all about the resilience and the fight. That's the one thing we continually hear from Dan, that he beats that into the team as well. Just no matter what, we gotta pull together. We gotta fight. We gotta get after it. And it's really simple, but that's kind of part of his messaging. That's Edgar Martinez with the hitting too. You're trying to keep things as simple as possible. But again, it really worked for him last year, and we'll see if they can continue to keep rowing in the same direction. But that's just, Dan loves to keep it simple, and he certainly does. His messaging with us and the fans.
What would you think is the identity? How would you describe the identity of this team?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to start with the pitching, but it's a good question, because it has been pretty perplexing up to this point, right? That's kind of why they are where they are. They just haven't been able to find that rhythm and that consistency and that identity that has really worked for them in the past. And so much of that has been clean baseball, right? They win those 3-2 games, those 4-3 games. It's been such a big part of who they are. And I think the defense and the lack of quality defense has been a big part of that in the first half of the season. Just the little things sometimes make a difference. 90 feet. We hear Dan talk about that a lot too. And, JP's fall off at shortstop a little bit. Some of the growing pains from Cole Emerson, I think has a chance to be an above average, if not really good defensive shortstop in his career. Obviously a huge play on Saturday, but that little stuff shows up, and then, you put even more pressure on the starting pitcher, and then, those one-run games, we just haven't seen that. So I don't know if I have a good answer for that, Salk, because I don't know if they have established a real identity. I don't know if they know who they are just yet, but that's kind of part of the idea from Dan is like, it's still out there in front of us. It's still, kind of a blank canvas for them to kind of paint their ending and their future and their picture, how they want it here. And again, they have to go out and get it, though. They can't, the rest of their vision, well, they might, but Houston's still there. I still keep looking at Houston. They're going to come up and grab it at some point if the Mariners and the Rangers let them. So the Mariners have to go out there and take it. Is the point? No one's going to hand it to them.
By the way, happy birthday to Colt Emerson. And
Right?
Macy
How about
Heward.
that?
Colt Emerson and Macy Heward, one in Ohio, one in Washington, born on the exact same day, July
How about
20th,
that?
21 years ago. So happy
big
birthday,
if true.
Macy. So you said earlier that the temperature in the clubhouse has remained pretty steady Eddie. I would contrast that at times, Adam, with the temperature in the dugout, the temperature of Luis on the mound, looking out to our guy Randy in left field, that at times the temperature's been a little warmer outside of the clubhouse. Do you feel like you've got enough data now doing this gig over the last few years to get a pretty good read on that clubhouse from your vision?
Yeah, I would hope so, at least a little bit. Again, when there's an hour, sort of a little inside baseball here, there's an hour every afternoon pregame that's mandated for every MLB team that the media is allowed access into the clubhouse. So obviously everyone in there knows we're in there for this certain window, whether it's 2 to 3 o'clock or 2:30 to 3:30 or whatever. So I think for the most part, everyone's on their best behavior, but it's not like they're putting on a show. They're just going about their afternoon, getting prepped and in and out of the training room and all that. But, post game, obviously you get a better sense too. Obviously it's going to be quiet in just about any clubhouse after a loss, and you got the music blaring after a win, and guys are excited and eating their post game meals and all that. But yeah, I think I have a pretty good sense. And, I was curious. The biggest thing for me when Cal Raleigh went down, was gone basically for 2-3 weeks down in Arizona rehabbing, was, he's in so many ways the heartbeat of that clubhouse. And I was really curious to see how everyone would respond. And, I think JP kind of picked up the slack a little bit there, and some of the pitchers too. But, regardless of what, kind of Cal's going through offensively, what he does defensively for those guys, and just sort of the way he kind of is able to relay the messaging from Dan and sort of keep the clubhouse, again, to the temperature pretty steady, I think is such a big part of who he is and what he does. And if Cal can just get going a little bit, right? The trade deadline is 2 weeks away. I just keep looking at it like what kind of impact bats are going to be available, and which ones are the Mariners really going to overpay to get. I just have struggled to find one.
So
they
was
just
this
need those
weekend
middle of the order guys? Yeah.
Was this weekend a step forward? I mean, Friday night he misses a home run. He hits a ball 9,000 feet in the air and just pulls it. Yesterday he rips a double that's 2 feet outside the line. He hits a ball Saturday night on the screws that if the wind is, or maybe it was yesterday, if the wind isn't circling on a normal day, it cost him 20 feet. That ball is out. Was there some loud enough contact, albeit foul, or winds, that shut it down? Was there loud enough contact for you this weekend that was like, oh, that's kind of what I want to see coming off of the week off?
Sure.
Baby steps.
Yeah, baby steps. Yeah, I think that's what we're all looking for with Cal. Obviously, you want that, 3-homer sort of series to really launch him forward, but I just don't know if that's there right now. To me, his timing is still off a little bit on the fastballs, and I think he's trying to simplify it and get there, but it's just been such a struggle even going back to the very beginning of the year. But we're well past all that, past the point of excuses. He's grinding, and he just needs to go out and stop overthinking it and just be on time for the fastball. And, again, baby steps, but I think eventually he'll get there. It's just going to take a little bit longer.
You take any blame for wearing his gear you take any blame for wearing his gear?
I wore brand new. They gave me brand new gear for all that. I didn't jinx anyone. Yeah, I didn't jinx anyone.
Thank God.
Appreciate that, though.
Yeah, appreciate a little bit of blame, Brock. It's really great. Adam Jude with us here on Seattle Sports. You sat down with Jerry DePoto. Great Q&A. There were a couple things that jumped out, but just from your perspective, what did you get out of that conversation?
Well, a lot of it I was curious, just obviously trade deadline and what their mindset is too. But they recognize too, like, look, this is something that we've talked about for years now, and something that they're going to have to solve is their off-season strategy and approach to signing free agent hitters. And again, Rob Refsnyder has become a bit of a punching bag for a lot of fair reasons. But when he was the guy who was supposed to be a platoon player, he's your 20th guy on the roster. I don't know if the share of criticism he's received this season from the fan base is entirely fair, but obviously he hasn't done what he was brought in to do, not even close. But to me, I'm curious, heading into the winter, this is a discussion deeper for later. But again, their approach to signing some of these veterans coming from hitter-friendly parks like Fenway into the most daunting park in baseball, like it's just every year we're getting the same sort of result from these guys too. So, Jerry hinted at some of that a little bit too. Obviously, he's accountable for putting this roster together. And at the same time, I think he recognizes, wasn't using the injuries as an excuse, but that's obviously been a huge part of it. And I do think in some ways we've glossed over that. It just feels like they finally at one day get the lineup mostly back to return in health, and then Julio goes down with a weird concussion, and then Randy has the hamstring thing, and now Ken Zone has a hamstring thing that cost him a couple weeks from full health. It just seems like one thing after another too. But the trade deadline stuff is really interesting for me because we know Jerry wants to trade. That's part of his identity, right? And he's been pretty effective at it, Jerry and Justin, at the trade deadline. So I just don't know what that looks like because there aren't very many sellers right now, and there aren't very many teams that line up with the Mariners and their specific needs of a right-handed bat and a reliever that can help them later in the game. So I'm really curious to see if it does end up being like a contender to contender type deal where the Mariners end up trading from their surplus either on the left-handed bat side or obviously the starting pitching. I think obviously the Mariners would prefer to trade Luis Castillo right now, a big salary, the veteran guy. They want to keep those young guys together. They want to open a spot at some point soon for Cade Anderson and potentially Ryan Sloan as well. So it is a really important and really interesting trade deadline, maybe as much as any in recent memory for the Mariners, just because of all these moving parts and their needs.
Just to follow up, there was one line in there that I think probably gets the most attention, and because it's a Q&A, I'm a little curious to hear maybe some of the tone behind it, and that is, the quote, "The best players we can acquire are the players we have." And I think I know what Jerry's saying because we've all said it, like you need Cal Raleigh to be Cal Raleigh, and you need Julio to have a great, and Josh, like we all know all that, but I think that brings up a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for? A lot of just scar tissue for fans that have heard those kinds of things before, not just from Jerry, but just from GMs in general. Well, no, we don't need to acquire anybody. We already have everything, so our acquisition is already going to be here. What was the tone behind that statement?
Pretty matter of fact, I would say. And I think you said it. Like, it's hard to be a serious playoff contender when your 2, 3, 4 hitters are producing as inconsistently, let's say, as the Mariners guys have. And, when was Josh Naylor's last home run? When was Cal's last home run? Julio, as hot as he was in May, was pretty much the exact opposite in June. And I think we're all expecting sort of the second half Julio. But, again, the glass half full perspective is like, well, what happens if all three of those guys get hot at the same time? And then you bring Brendan Donovan back in that leadoff spot at some point. And it looks exactly like, they had wanted it to look coming out of spring training. So, look, the Mariners aren't going to do much damage. They're probably not going to win the West if Cal and Naylor specifically continue to scuffle like they have. It's been obviously a tough 100 games for those guys. We've seen spurts from Naylor a little bit more consistently, but it's been a lot of singles. It's been a lot of first pitch ground outs to second base. I think the Mariners and Jerry obviously hoping for the version of Josh Naylor they got after the trade deadline last year, and maybe that's in there. Maybe he's got a big sprint in him, but those guys have to produce. Again, I just don't see that big impact bat out there in the trade market that the Mariners are gonna be able to go out and get. I don't know where they would even fit that guy. You can go through different machinations, but who is that guy, and then where do the Mariners put him in the lineup at a specific spot? So I tend to agree with Jerry. They need Cal, they need Josh, and they need Julio. Those are their three best players, supposed to be three of their best players, and they need to get them to go out there and hit like it.
Adam, the Reds come in today for 3, an off day, and then it's 10 in a row. So 13 games in 14 days before that trade deadline. So there's some massive data that they're going to gain. The Rangers, the Dodgers, you point to them, the Twins as well. So, the numbers and the data can change between now and 2 weeks from the trade deadline. But today, as we sit here, your gut feeling on how many new Mariners will be in that dugout Tuesday, August 4th?
I mean, probably 2, but I just don't know how. What there's going to be an all-star in there. It's going to be one of the more interesting deadlines, I feel like, in recent history or just around baseball, because there are just so many contenders right now. Everyone needs a proven reliever, right? Everyone could probably use another bat. So the price is going to skyrocket. And, will the Mariners be able to trade Luis Castillo? I think for me, that's the biggest question for the Mariners. And then can they, get something back that can help them right now too? So, I think the Mets coming out and saying that they're open for business does change the calculus a little bit from the Mariners. Can they get the Mets to bite on Luis Castillo's contract if you add in maybe a mid-tier prospect or something and get a Luke Weaver back in return? What does that look like? I think that'd be about as big a move as the Mariners could make. I think more realistically, you get sort of a 7th inning type setup guy and kind of push everyone forward. You're not relying on Bizardo and Ferrer necessarily every single night, but they're going to do something in the bullpen. I have no doubt about that. I just don't know how splashy it'll be. And then, we'll see the Reds tonight. A Spencer Steer, an Oregon guy, by the way, so we know he's from good stock. And he's a guy that his name has come up. His name has come up a lot.
What about the guy that just left? What about the Eastlake Wolf that just left? The Mr. Schmidt. I know he was a San Diego State guy. But what do we think of Schmitty?
Yeah, no, he's a guy who can move around too. He can help you at third base. He's a right-handed bat. He's had a really nice year for them. Yeah, I think the Giants would probably ask a lot for him because they still think he's got at least a few years of club control. But yeah, the Mariners have to be open to anything with the sellers just because there aren't very many of them. But yeah, that's a guy I could see the Mariners taking a long look at. Spencer Steer. I don't see a Taylor Ward being the right fit. First of all, the Mariners and Orioles haven't made a deal in a long, long time, and there's reasons for that. They just don't line up philosophically on player acquisition talent. But and Taylor Ward's an everyday player too. I just don't know, are the Mariners really going to get rid of all their right fielders and put Taylor Ward out in right field full time? I mean, that's a worthy discussion, but I have a hard time picturing it. So again, there's just limited players available, it feels like, out there. But yeah, to answer your question, I still think 2 in some capacity. And then at some point, I think we'll see Michael Arroyo as maybe that piece to answer, against left-handed pitching. He's been really good every step of the way, and all that kid does is hit. And at some point, you need to bring him up and see if he can hit left-handed major league pitching, and why not now? What do you have to lose at this point?
He is tearing it up in AAA, huh?
Yeah.
What an unbelievable start.
Just remember, the strength of the pack is the wolf. The strength of the wolf is the pack.
Okay.
There's nothing with ducks like that. And what are you going to say? The strength of the duck is the what?
I thought it was what's going on underneath. There's a lot more going on than you know. Isn't there something about that with the feet paddling fast or something?
I don't know.
So many colors. Yeah, I mean,
what's a group of ducks even called? What do they call a group of ducks?
What is a group of ducks?
Is it a flock? I mean, they're birds. Wouldn't it be a flock? What else would a group of ducks be called? Adam, you don't have to take this crap from him. I can't believe that you even deal with this. It's ridiculous.
On the water, it's a flock. On land, it's a waddling.
A waddling? Waddling of ducks.
The strength of the duck is the
waddling.
We're
learning something today.
The strength of the waddling is the duck.
See, we don't mess around on this show.
It says in the air, they're called a team.
We try a team?
Oh,
Brock, now you're in trouble. Brock loves team. Brock loves team. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate you.
Jude.
Good stuff there from the great Adam Jude. Honestly, Jude's been doing such a good job. I say this every time he comes on, but I just think the world of what he's done on that beat. Divish done a great job on that beat. So we're in good hands. Obviously, we've got Shannon here, our Mariner insider, what she does on the beat. Tremendous. It's been a pretty good time for the group covering this team. I like a lot of the in-depth pieces that Adam's done, and he gets some pretty good info in there too. Not as easy to do these days as a local reporter as it once was. Oh man, and how about this? I saw some of the story yesterday, ESPN. Moving on from Ryan Clark, as he was part of their cuts yesterday, and then this morning, Carl Ravitch as well. I'm just an unabashed Carl Ravitch fan, always have been. When I think of baseball tonight in its heyday, I think of Carl Ravitch. So just a bummer. I'm sure he'll end up at MLB Network if he wants to keep working or whatever. But just, I don't know, that one kind of kind of got me. He's always been a good guest, always been a good guy, and always been one of my favorites on ESPN. We're going to talk to Rich Eisen. They've obviously worked together at various points, so we'll see what Rich says at 7:30. Up next, though, how serious is this issue? If you start making a list of your not most important, but maybe most irreplaceable Seahawks, you're not going to get too far down the list before you get to Nick Emmanwori's name, and now he's going to miss part of training camp? How big a deal? That's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
There hasn't been a new owner for this team since 1997.
I'm looking up, I'm reading about them because I didn't know anything about the family, honestly. It was interesting. A tech family, very smart. But the second thing I thought about was, can you just be an owner? Just be an owner. Don't mess with anything that's going on because Mike and John have created something special over there.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Stay cool this summer and save big. Lake Washington Windows and Doors delivers the quality, comfort, and energy-saving performance you deserve. During July, buy 3 windows or doors and get 1 free. Plus, make no payments for 12 months. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Let me ask you something. When was the last time you compared your insurance?
If you're like most people, it's probably been years.
That's exactly why I took the First Mark Challenge. They searched rates from dozens of top insurance companies, and I ended up saving thousands of dollars.
Same experience here. And here's what surprised me. It was completely free. No cost, no obligation. They simply show you whether they can find you lower premiums, better coverage, or both.
Why wouldn't you take the First Mark Challenge? Think about it. If they can save you money, you win. If they can improve your coverage, you win. And if they can't do either, you've lost absolutely nothing.
That's why more than 11,000 clients trust First Mark Insurance. They work for you, not a single insurance company.
Plus, First Mark has world-class customer service. When you need help, you're talking with local people who know you and your policy, not some random call center.
Stop wondering if you're paying too much. Find out.
Before you renew, let First Mark review.
You have nothing to lose and possibly thousands to save.
Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge today at firstmarkinsurance.com.
Firstmarkinsurance.com.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
Look, I need to be real with you for a second. At Seattle Children's Hospital, 1 in 3 patient families cannot afford the food their kids need to heal. Think about that. A child recovering from surgery, learning to walk again, and the family is struggling to put food, nutritious food, on the table. That's why Safeway and Seahawk, Jackson Smith and Jigba are launching the Food First Project, a multi-year initiative to fight pediatric food insecurity right here in our community. This is not someday maybe talk. This is grocery cards, produce vouchers, and food as medicine programs going directly to families the moment the need is identified. No barriers, no red tape, just help right now. They're funding vitamin D screenings, nutrition support for student athletes, rehabilitation feeding tools, and meals for hundreds of families staying inpatient at the hospital. I love what Safeway and Seattle Children's are doing, making a real difference where it matters most. JSN showing up. Now it's our turn, 12s. Put food first. Learn more at Safeway.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And Doug.
Hot dog, get your hot dog. Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com
or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get his freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Morning, buddy.
Good morning, Michael.
Well, just when I was saying no drama, no real drama coming out of the Virginia Mason Athletic Center.
Curious where you're going to start this morning.
Everyone is here. Everyone's healthy. Everyone's happy. We get the news yesterday that Nick Emmanwori, Brock, is going to start the training camp season on the physically unable to perform list. I don't like that. Not what I was hoping for, expecting, or anything close to it. He certainly didn't have any problems throughout the offseason. He was there. So what happened?
I know.
Why
I
is
saw
Nick
him
Emmanwori not there?
I saw him in mandatory minicamp make one of kind of the defining plays defensively, chasing a play down. I think it was Rashid Shaheed on a fake toss jet sweep, and you're thinking, wow, that's going to cruise in. And then, whoa, what is that pterodactyl coming out of nowhere running Mach 5 to chase him down? I mean, there was no real sense of that low ankle sprain that occurred just days before the Super Bowl, Salk, if you remember that. The panic and fury and the worry that we all had of Cam Chancellor 2.0 at the Super Bowl, and that was put to rest by his play in the game and ultimately this whole offseason. What do I make of it? It is concerning. That's what I make of it. It's concerning. Now, remember, there's kind of two designations here. The physically unable to perform, which means something happened in the facility, around the facility, playing football, and you can't perform your job. So it's all, pretty clear in that way. And then there's the non-football injury list you can go on, where we've seen Mike utilize that in years past with guys that can't pass their conditioning test, or you get hurt playing basketball, or there's something.
NFI is I'm pissed.
Yeah.
Right?
Usually.
Like the team is mad. This is something happened. Maybe another surgery, maybe going back to the ankle. Brady certainly suggested yesterday that the ankle might be a part of this. We know that he hurt it first in game 1 last year. We talked about that yesterday.
That was a high ankle sprain.
High ankle, and then low ankle right before the Super Bowl. Same ankle, both on the right side. So, not like out of bounds to wonder if this is related to that same ankle. And Brady kind of made that suggestion yesterday. Look, I just it got me thinking about that Super Bowl. And we thought, right, that he had pulled a cam. He'd gotten injured right before the big game. Remember, there was shadowy pictures of him like Jimothy kind of walking, coming out of the bus and stuff right before the night before the game. And it was like, is he healthy? Is he not? Like that whole thing. And then he ended up being fine, played in the game, no problem. I guess just for me, it was not about knowing whether or not he's going to be healthy because I don't know anything, but just that feeling of, oh my God, what does this team look like without Nick Emmanwori? And I don't know if he's the most irreplaceable player on the team, But he's in that
He's got a skill set
conversation.
that's right up there.
Right? I mean, Darnold, JSN, Leonard Williams are probably the three guys that I point to the most as the most irreplaceable. A quarterback of starting quarterback, obviously. JSN, say what you want about their wide receiving core. It's not particularly deep. And so losing a big star like JSN, I think, is a huge hit for them right now. Leonard Williams, best player on the team, in my view, certainly on the defense. But after that, you got anybody else's name you would put ahead of Nick Emmanwori's right now? Spoon? Maybe?
Oh, Spoon's got, yeah.
We're going to go through the Pittsburgh game at 9:30 this morning, where they beat Aaron Rodgers and beat him pretty well. No Spoon in that game. Right? Like, it's not that I don't think Spoon is necessarily a great player. More irreplaceable, though, just because of the different things Emmanwori does for them?
Yeah, it's interesting.
I don't know if I could go there.
Brady does point to the ankle, and I'm going to trust his work. And, kind of like when we had Adam Jude on yesterday, read between the lines a little bit when he was talking about some of the different trade partners or what could happen or what could not happen. I think Brady's gotten really adept at this job over a decade plus, and if he's kind of hinting at that, I'm sure he's is working really hard. It's interesting. He went there. I would have thought like, oh, he's back in the weight room and just, something happened in the weight room or something happened on the plyo boxes or something happened around the facility over the last week or so as he's getting ready to start camp. Because there was nothing. There was no indicator of any of this. Bo Nix has had now, I think, 4 or 5 surgeries on that ankle. 5 in like 4 or 5 years. So all the way back to high school. So it'll be more than that. High school, couple in college, now in the pros. That's a problematic deal. I mean, that's a, I think Sean Payton tried to say, oh, we just went in and cleaned up after the initial cert. Like, no, that's something that's not good. Something's not quite right there. And was largely a non-participant until like walkthrough at the very end. That was not Emmanwori. And we saw them, Salk. If there was something like, wow, this is just precautionary. Well, we saw you do that with Saubert and certainly Barner and other guys this offseason. Torrey Horton, like we saw that with all those guys. You're going to be very, very, very guarded. Even the rookie class with some of the hamstring issues and everything. This was kind of out of nowhere yesterday. If you would ask me who's going to start on PUP, right? Which veterans are going to start on PUP?
Barner.
It would have been Horton or Barner.
Yeah,
they were non-participants all off season. Nick was not. Nick was super active, super relevant.
Okay, so that means either, right? Let's assume it is the ankle, okay, for the moment. If it's the ankle, doesn't that mean that either he re-injured it in the weight room or something like that, running, any number
anything,
of right?
football activities there, yeah.
Or it's never been fully fine and he has just like a little cleanup surgery?
Say that out loud now. Why would you fully fine?
Well, you're hoping it's going to feel fine, and then it doesn't, right? I mean, I guess that's kind of where here's Brady from yesterday. Maybe it felt in May. You figured an offseason was going to make it feel fine by August. Here's Brady.
The sense I have gotten so far in my reporting is that, sounds like he's gonna miss some time during training camp, but it doesn't sound like this is something that's going to threaten his availability for the start of the regular season. I don't know that for sure. That's just kind of the impression that I got in my initial reporting.
I mean, if that's the case, isn't that kind of what it sounds like? Like either it's a little injury, we're just going to keep him out for the first couple of weeks, or it's maybe at a little cleanup type thing, a scope, who knows? And you're just trying to make sure that he's 100% by the season.
Yep. And you do have some time before the regular season. You don't have time for training camp. You don't have time for preseason games. These things are going to come at you really, really
but you
fast.
Got 6 weeks before
but you
the
do
season
have
begins.
a good, healthy amount of time with the new kind of structure of the preseason, one less game, the week in between. So you do thankfully have some time. But gosh, again, and this is not conspiracy, and this is not over worrying or anything. But if it was something that was nagging during the offseason, you know what they do? They deal with it. They don't play those games, right? A.J. Barner, you got a shoulder. Let's clean it up.
I get, but you know how things are sometimes, right? You go to the doctor and they're like, okay, you got 2 choices. You can either let it rest for the next 4 weeks, or you can do a surgery and then you let it rest.
Yeah, and if you let it rest, like
Torrey
Horton with the shin, you let it rest, and and then you come back and be ready for
Right, but sometimes you let it rest, and then they're like, okay, it's just not healing enough, so let's get in there and we'll get it done. And you unfortunately made the wrong choice.
Yeah.
That happens too. Again, we don't know, but those things happen. I'm just trying to figure out just how big a deal he is.
Well, yeah, I would put
Pretty
Sam
big
Darnold.
deal.
I'd put Sam Darnold as the most irreplaceable, and Jalen and Drew are fine, but the dude's won 31
Absolutely.
games.
Okay, so he's
31
won.
games the last 2 years.
JSN 2?
JSN 2, because of Byron Murphy and Jaron Reed and some of the versatility and D-Law and all those guys up front. Leonard Williams 3.
I might
and
even
then
make you
Spoon
an
4.
I honestly might be able to make you an argument. JSN is 1 and Darnold is 2, but whatever. I'm not going to fight about it. It's just because I think Drew Lock for a game or two is just fine.
For a game or two, yeah.
Yeah. For a game or two, I think without JSN.
For a game or two, you kind of survived Emmanwori, and you kind of survived JSN in the Super Bowl when he goes out for 3 quarters. Yeah, you kind of could weather some of that, and you expect Horton to be back, and Cooper, and Bobo, and it looked different and feel different, and be a heavier deal.
Still might, but whatever. 1A, 1B, fine. I still think you're right. Leonard Williams 3. It's Emmanwori and Spoon battling for 4 and 5.
That's exactly right.
So, you're talking about, regardless of how you want to, fight through it, one of the 5 most irreplaceable players on the team. It's why it leads the show today. It's why it's a huge deal, and it's why we'll be closely monitoring this over the next couple of weeks to see what's going on. We'll come right back, give you guys everything you need to know, including the sweet spot found last night. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Bumpin' Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
There hasn't been a new owner for this team since 1997.
I'm looking up, I'm reading about them because I didn't know anything about the family, honestly. It was interesting. A tech family, very smart. But the second thing I thought about was, can you just be an owner? Just be an owner. Don't mess with anything that's going on because Mike and John have created something special over there.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with 0 investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Be all in on summer with service from Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Heading out on a road trip? Make sure your Toyota is ready to go during the Toyota Tires Savings Event. Save $100 on 4 eligible tires. And with an open service drive and no appointment necessary, getting expert Toyota service has never been easier. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. And make sure to check out their service specials page. Offers valid through July 31st, 2026. See dealer for details.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Your local Bryant dealer can make sure your system is up to the task. Whether it's maintaining your current system or installing an energy-efficient Bryant Evolution cooling system with perfect Humidity Plus technology, your dealer will give you what you need to help your family beat the heat. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. That's BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Incredible savings for 3 days only. Divers Fair only happens once each year at Underwater Sports, 107th and Aurora Avenue North.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
The countdown is on.
Just 4 days
until Seahawks training camp on the home of the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, we'll make it 3 in a row, Brock. This time, the Mariners played clean, totally clean game last night, and their opponent, not so much. Reds with errors and running into outs, and ultimately the fatal mistake of walking the lefty Dom Canzone to turn Cal around to the right side with the bases juiced.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and destroyed. It's on its way. Upper deck just short. Going sail away. Grand slam. Cal Raleigh. He crushes it into space. A big blast for Cal. It is 7-0 Mariners.
Barrel, sweet spot, frustration release. Brock, that was his first home run since July 4th.
Yeah.
It was only his third since returning from the IL. So do you think Cal needed that? I would say he probably did.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, build off of good swings and good contact. And, thought I had a couple good ones yesterday. And, trying to build off of that and, trying to get it rolling.
Pretty shocked to see them walk the lefty Canzone to get
I
to
was
Cal.
more shocked, honestly, listening to Francona's presser. I was more shocked that somebody had a 992 OPS on the Mariners.
Well, against lefties.
Correct.
Right.
And it's only 25 at-bats for Dom. But I was like, 9 what?
Canzone's been pretty good against lefties.
Pretty good. He's almost had 1,000 OPS against
So they looked at the numbers and said,
Yes.
we'll take the struggling Cal Raleigh with the bases loaded and hope for a double play ball. Here was Tito after the game.
It's not a comfortable situation either way. Saying that, I do that every time. We have to try to keep them from scoring more second and third, a guy with a 990 OPS against lefties. We're going to have to play the infield in. I know what Raleigh's hitting, and I'm not, he still worries me. But I thought it was our best chance to have them not score. We could play the infield at double play depth, and the worst possible outcome happened.
It's kind of an interesting point. If I understand what he's saying, first of all, I love the way Tito answers that stuff. Just, hey, here's what I think. You don't have to agree with me, but I'm going to tell you with great confidence, here's what I think. I think what he's saying is, if I pitch to Canzone and he hits a fly ball, it's basically the same. The game's over. We're not going to score 4 runs to beat them tonight. So whether he hits a grand slam or they score 1, the difference between 1 and 4 is almost negligible. I need to make them not score.
But weren't runners at second and third?
Right. So he's saying I want to get a double play.
How? Second and third.
By walking Canzone.
Oh, I got you. By walking.
He's saying rather than bringing the infield in with Canzone, I'd rather, because I just think he wants the double play and he wants to get out of the inning with nothing. That's the game.
I got you.
I get it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree with it, but I at least understand the argument.
Did you think Cal was going to hit another one with the bases loaded in the 8th? I kind of did.
I did only because I
kind of thought this is only baseball, right? He's going to have 8 RBIs. He's going to get 2 grand slams.
Well, I could tell you that Tito was there when Bill Miller did it against the Rangers, hit 1 from each side of the plate, and added another 2-run home run in that game too. That was a pretty good day. 10 runs driven in on 3 home runs from both sides of the plate. It was a pretty
clean day for the Mariners. They weren't booting the ball all over the place, throwing it all over the place, not executing with runners in scoring position, getting thrown out at home. Like, the Reds were a mess yesterday.
I don't know what in the world Arroyo was thinking. That was just horrific to watch. JP scratched last night with a sore wrist, day-to-day. Julio leaves the game with a sore leg, day-to-day. That starts tonight with Game 2. Luis Castillo and Chase Burns on the hill. And then turns out Felnine Sellison not the only one promoted out of Everett Brock. Johnny Farmello, catcher Josh Caron, and then also Lucas Kelly join him as well. I've been thinking about going up to Everett on Friday, so maybe I'll take Avery to Little Rock instead. Yeah, we'll go to Little Rock. Just take a little quick vacation and watch those guys play.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yeah, I don't love the news coming out of Seahawks camp. Nick Emmanwori placed on the preseason PUP list. What does it mean? It means he can return really at any time during training camp. So he could miss a week of training camp and then be back, and it just gives them the opportunity to have another person on the roster until then. But if he's not activated before cutdown day, then he has to miss the first 4 games of the season. So there's a long way to go between now and then, and we just don't know exactly what's wrong or how serious it is.
Yeah, and I saw the positive news for folks saying, well, Torrey Horton's not on it. Let's see, because the veterans don't have to report for a few days. So I don't think everybody took their physical on Monday. I may be wrong on that, and if I am, I'd love to hear from some friends down there. But typically, when camp starts Friday, guys get in Wednesday, Thursday, physical Thursday, and they make that decision. So I wouldn't rush to judgment and say, yeah, Nick, and again, that kind of just leads my mind to going, well, if the whole deal isn't until Thursday, why is he put on it today? Maybe something flared up over the last week or so in training down there in the facility, around the facility, doing football activities with the Seahawks, and they want to clean this up and make sure it's not a lingering issue over the course of the season.
He wasn't the only one. Kenny McIntosh, Tyrone Broden also joined him on the PUP.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, 13 days, Brock, before the trade deadline. Everyone's suggesting options. We'll talk to Jeff Passan at 8:30. Jim Bowden, former GM, wants the Mariners to deal George Kirby for third baseman, utility player Casey Schmidt, and lefty reliever Eric Miller. And I like Schmidt. Hits lefties, plays multiple positions, done it in the pitcher's park, which is a big deal. If I'm giving up George Kirby, but it's at least an interesting conversation.
This trade, for Seattle gets those 2 big needs that they have. Casey Schmidt is a guy that has 27 home runs. He's having his breakout season, and he's got positional flexibility, right? He can play second, third, left, right, first, DH. So the Mariners can put him wherever they think he fits best on their lineup on any given night, but this is a lineup that could use a little bolt here, could use a little juice, and Casey Schmidt brings that. And then Miller gives you a lights-out guy who the last 8 appearances, he hadn't given up a run. So that would really help them.
Is that enough back for George Kirby? You watch him go 6 shutout innings last night. Is that enough for Kirby?
Right.
Doesn't feel like enough for Kirby, a guy that I didn't know who he was 3 weeks ago. I don't know.
And you still have 2+ years of club control.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like enough. And I'm not saying that he wouldn't be a decent ad or that you couldn't involve George Kirby in a deal that starts that way. It doesn't feel like enough to me right now. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. Let me add, yesterday we learned that Ryan Clark had been laid off from ESPN. Today, Brock, 2 more names added to that list. First, Carl Ravitch. Huge bummer. Love Ravi, one of my favorites. So that really stinks.
Sucks.
And then a few minutes ago, Andrew Marchand reporting that our friend Tom Pelissero also on that list of people who've been let go from ESPN. So, I mean, you knew some of that was going to happen with just the merger with NFL Network, but I love Pelissero.
Oh, I don't like that at all.
I know. Yeah, real bummer, unfortunately. And I don't use that as a way of leading into Rich Eisen, who is now sort of back with the network where he started and made his name for himself. But it is sort of, unfortunately,
yeah,
what's
just kind of a
going on in the
reminder. Good Morning
background.
Football also out. Unfortunately, is a show on a daily basis. So some friends there and people we know there, and I think they're going to move them around in some different capacities. But yeah, just kind of a reminder, that the NFL is not for long, and sometimes some of the challenging environments. Or is it kind of surprising to you, by the way, honestly, bigger picture, and I know we'll get to Rich in a second, like the NFL Network, the NFL, billions and billions and billions and billions. Like, how did the NFL Network not make it?
Well, I don't know if it didn't make it.
No, it didn't make it because they kept cutting down and they kept cutting down and they kept cutting down, and then it merged eventually with ESPN.
Well, because as big as it, do you ever watch it?
No,
I never watched the damn thing. It's been on for 25 years. I never watch it. It never dawns on me to watch it.
I watch Rich. I listen to Rich.
You know what I do? I turn on ESPN.
Yeah.
That's why it didn't make it, because people just turn on ESPN out of habit.
I guess.
And it unfortunately was always in some weird spot on my... Anyway, we'll talk to Rich Eisen next on Brock and Salk.
Jeff Passan, every Tuesday morning at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
What can be the elixir to begin the second half for Cal Raleigh?
Just getting back to the basics. In his case, let's get the ball and play a little bit more. And a lot of this is swinging at pitches that he shouldn't be swinging at. Cal Raleigh will fix himself. I absolutely, firmly believe that.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
All right, when's the last time you did it? Come on, be honest. When's the last time you went into your crawl space? When's the last time you went into your attic to see what kind of shape they were in? Yeah, never? Yeah, exactly. Then you're like me. Most homeowners never do that. And that's why you got Crawl Pros. They will go where you don't want to. They did it at my house. They came out, went into all those dingy areas and checked things out and looked for issues with rodent intrusion or some water issues. And in my case, we had some insulation problems I had to deal with. Hey, if you've got the insulation problems, first of all, it's going to make your house hot in the summer and cold in the winter, which is not what you want. So you want to get that fixed. And there are significant utility rebates available right now with the local companies incentivizing homeowners to make their homes more energy efficient. So you can qualify for several $1,000s in savings with those utility rebate programs. Don't assume everything is just fine in your crawl space or your attic. Call Crawl Pros. Schedule that free corner-to-corner inspection right now at crawlpros.com.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
These days, everyday savings add up. Get more for your restaurant, food truck, or big event at Chef Store with warehouse savings on the food and supplies you use most. No membership required. Plus, we're open to the public. Visit Chef Store today.
When the heat's an 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Stay cool this summer with a new AC or heat pump from Day and Night. And with installation, you'll get a free furnace.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Get a new AC or heat pump now from Day and Night to stay cool this summer. Plus, with installation, you'll get a free furnace.
dayandnight.net.
Les Schwab Tires has been proudly serving communities for over 70 years, and we've collected thousands of inspiring stories. Like Kate, who was off on a long road trip with her best friend when the dash lit up like a game show. They find the nearest Les Schwab. Turns out they really needed an oil change. It was done in a flash. Road trip saved. At Les Schwab, we're proud to keep you rolling. Les Schwab Tires. Our greatest story is yours. Stories are composites inspired by real customer feedback.
Cool cars, cool people, good tires. It's the Good Guys 38th Griots Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals, a giant car show featuring over 3,000 of the Northwest's finest hot rods, muscle cars, classic trucks, and more. Enjoy live music, a free family fun zone featuring the Auto World model car make and take, and earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest and more. Happening all this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center in Puyallup. Details at good-guys.com.
Just 4 days
until training camp for the Super Bowl champs. And nobody has it covered like the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're acquired, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Rich Eisen going to be with us here, Brock, in about 3 minutes, so hang tight, everybody. We got Rich Eisen here in just a moment. We'll talk some Seahawks with him. I should tell you that the Mariners' 50 season celebration weekend's kicking off August 7th, and Seattle Sports wants to send you, not just you, but a friend as well, to be a part of that celebration. Get a chance to watch batting practice before the gates open. How fun is that? Stick around for the game and the Alumni Home Run Derby. See Ryan Rowland-Smith and all of his buddies out there. To enter, all you got to do is open the Seattle Sports app. You can do that. Brock, just open the Seattle Sports app. If you don't have it, for some godforsaken reason, if you're like living on under a rock somewhere, well, that's easy. Simply text the word app. That's APP.
Yeah, you know me.
To 866-979-3776. And we will send you a link to download. You can enter every day to increase your chances to win. And yes, this contest will run through Monday, July 27th.
And I believe that batting practice, Salk, you're like down on the field, if I understand that, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
behind the ropes. Listen to that loud contact from Cal and Randy and Julio and all the rest of the boys. That was a good, clean game last night, man. They just kind of needed that one. Right, Friday, disaster. Saturday, kind of messy through 6. Cole saved the day.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday, much, much better. Stringing together kind of contact and innings. And then last night, it was the inverse. You were the team that was kind of sloppy and booting balls and throwing things away. And last night, it was the Reds. And last night, it was the Reds running in and outs. And last night, it was the Reds. Every decision they made was the wrong one. So great way to get the series started.
It was. So just to come back to Rich Eisen, who's going to be with us here in a minute or two. He said the Seahawks would go 13-4. So this is not a Bucky Brooks style interview where we have to attack Rich Eisen and hold him accountable for some ridiculous prediction.
Was that after Jimothy called in and said they'd be 17-0?
I think it was. Yeah,
I think it was, right?
Jimothy actually, I believe, called in and is now going to be a regular caller on the Rich Eisen show.
Nice.
And then he actually brought up a kind of a cool idea of like, what if the Seahawks and Rams were both undefeated when they meet, 3 weeks before the season ends? Was it week 15 or whatever? Which is not like... It's not impossible. The Seahawks schedule is so challenging. It is very hard to imagine that would be the case, but not like completely and totally impossible. It's impossible.
Yeah, 1 in a million.
That's a
in today's
fun idea.
NFL, with the way that 17 games and injuries, and it's pretty hard to imagine that. Yeah.
All right. It's a tough schedule.
But more than likely, will a lot still be on the line, whatever the number of wins and losses are, with 2 out of the last 3 against that team, where all 3 of them were so incredibly defining last year. Yeah, I think I think that's much more
Think Nicky Emmanwori will be back by then?
I would sure hope so.
Me too. Do you have any concern with
Aaron
Emmanwori?
Donald will be playing? Who will be playing in week 4? Aaron Donald or Nicky Emmanwori?
It's a great question. Neither.
Yeah,
that's my.
I know where you're going with that. Do I have concern about the ankle? Just doesn't hold
Just
up
long term.
on my body?
Is it part, like his position, his body, what he's doing? Is there any long term concern that he's an injury guy?
I don't think so. I not an injury guy in college. You know, he's a guy unlike the defensive tackle that's on PUP, the rookie, who I saw in person. I'm like, well, that's never going to work. Like those are legs of a 220-pound man and upper body of a 400-pound man. Like that's just not a. Remember Jesse Williams, YOLO, you only live once guy, all tatted up, the monster out of Alabama, and he had all of those lingering knee injuries because it was the same thing. Like the upper body and the lower body were just misfits. That just does not. That's not proportional. By the way. Saw a picture of Jesse Williams like a month ago. He's doing great.
Really?
Yeah, like he's shedded a ton of weight. He's got
good
his
for him.
life pretty straightened out. It's really, really cool to see that. But no, I don't see that with Emmanwori. Like totally proportional, not a lot of injury history in the past. Kind of a fluky little high ankle and then a low ankle. Now, Bo Nix, legitimate concerns. You've had 5 or 6 surgeries and reconstruction, legitimate concerns. Nicky Emmanwori here at this stage is proportional and as young and as healthy as he's been. I'm not there yet, Salk. And you know, I like to worry about injuries.
I know you do.
I'm kind of the injury czar on this.
Wait till people hear Blue 88 today when Brock looks at a picture of one Seahawk and makes wild claims about that player based on one candid photo of this man wearing a somewhat baggy shirt. I can't wait to see where that one goes.
Well, you're a blink
here in about 10,
scouter, and I still
15
use the eye test. I mean, we both have our own tools in the bag that we like to utilize. That's the way it goes.
Do we ever? All right. Well, Brock, with that in mind, let's welcome Rich Eisen to the show. One of the all-time greats and kind enough to take a few minutes with us. Hi, Rich. Good morning.
How are you?
Rich, after all these years of sitting up there with Mike Mayock first and then Daniel Jeremiah second, do you look at men through the cankles? Do you look at the glutes? Do you look at the proportionality of men like many of the scouting guys next to you have through these years?
You know, it's interesting, Brock, that you asked that question because I didn't see that one on my bingo card as your first one out of the chute this morning.
Neither did I.
Didn't see that. Yeah. So I guess to quote a very famous agent in our business. Next question.
Okay,
what else you got?
good.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you. We only have so much time with you, and we don't need to waste it on cankles. I heard you say the Seahawks would go 13-4, which is, I think, a pretty reasonable, accounting based on the challenges with how difficult their schedule is. How do you get to 13-4?
Well, I mean, it's on my show, just like every other show, probably like yours or any others. We're all waiting for football to start. I could not get enough of the World Cup. That was incredible. To sit down and know that 1 billion people are watching the same thing that I'm watching at the same time. It's a splash of connectivity that we just don't have as a human race very often anymore. I did love the home run derby, the way that ended. I am going to be talking today at some point, maybe, about where LeBron James is going. So there's no shortage of things to talk about, but we are all, in essence, biding our time till a toe meets a football in our country. So in that respect, on my show, when the schedule comes out, we have our listeners and viewers call in and play something we call the win-loss game, where they want to play the win-loss game for their team. And we put the schedule up. And the beauty of that is you go one by one. You could basically say, I'm going to have a clear-headed view of this thing, and I'm going to be reasonable in what the final result is going to be. But once you're in it, and you kind of get lost in it, and you got no sense of where you are in terms of a win streak or this, that, the other thing. You just look at things and without even knowing who's healthy and who's not. So what ended up coming out of that was a 13-4 record for me, based on a week-by-week analysis of how they think they're going to do. I don't have it in front of me, but I do believe what I did is I had them win every single game they're on the East Coast in the early window, because that's what they do. I had them win probably every nationally televised night game at Lumen, because that's what they do. And then just, because very few teams go win 16 games, 15 games, even 14 games, I just gave them a loss here and there. I'm sure if Mike McDonald is driving around in his car right now listening to this show, as I'm sure he does every day, he'd probably laugh and go, yeah, 13 wins, pretty reasonable, like good luck, because it's the National Football League. One never knows. I'm just looking at Seattle as a team that will come back defensively as good as last year, as good as ever. And then offensively, I dig the kid they drafted. There's a lot of people talking about Jadarian Price right now and what he can do from out of Jeremiah Love's shadow and into, the shoes to fill of the Super Bowl MVP is going to be an interesting development for Seattle this year. But 13-4, I think, is something that's absolutely in reach for a defending Super Bowl champ if they stay healthy.
Y'all know the voice. Let's see if I can redeem myself with question 2 for Rich Eisen. You mentioned Mike McDonald.
I believe in you.
Thank you, pal. I appreciate that. From the seat that you sit in, right, we're really, really close. We talk to Mike every single week, Rich, the Mike McDonald Show, every Monday morning following the games. We've gotten to know him like we did Pete for a lot of years. But from your seat, from a national level, from the optics that you have, who is Mike McDonald to you?
A winner. Obviously, being a Wolverine, I was, first introduced to his abilities and his coaching acumen and his personality, if you will, when he was Jim Harbaugh's defensive coordinator at Michigan. And he's a winner. He's a winner, and he's just of singular focus, which is what you kind of need when you're a National Football League head coach. And listen, Pete Carroll, I think, has got a Hall of Fame resume, quite frankly. And to be the guy after that guy, you normally want to be the guy who's after the guy, who is after the guy. And he's been incredible. He's been incredible, bringing his own brand, bringing his own style. I know, and John Schneider likes to remind me in a half-joking manner, I think, every single time I see him, or I shouldn't say every single time, many times that I see him, that I was highly critical of the, removal of photographs when Mike McDonald first got there, as if they were erasing the Pete Carroll era. I was off on that. I'm always going to say I was off on that. And it's not just playing the results. It's not like he was removing the entirety of their culture, but he was starting something new. And he called a shot, talking about, you follow me. Well, like he's envisioned what it would be like on a NFC Championship night in Seattle, and he made it happen. And so he's a winner. I think there's just no two ways about it.
Oh, I don't know how many conversations we've played sound from shows across the country this offseason of people saying, hey, how come we're not talking about the Seahawks more, to the point where it's now become like, okay, well, just talk about them instead of talking about why we don't talk about them. But they're sort of drama-free. They don't go out and dominate the offseason, but have they done enough to be right back in the conversation to win another Super Bowl?
Well, yeah, I think so. I don't know what else they needed to do other than stay the course. It's not like they lost massive pieces. I guess the only thing that you could be concerned about is a new offensive coordinator coming in. I mean, that's something you take a look at. Philadelphia has been a year-on, year-off situation for them, and changing things around. I guess technically this will be the third straight year in a row, or fourth year in a row that Sam Darnold will have a different offensive play caller in his ear. Mm-hmm. From San Francisco to Minnesota to Seattle now twice. But it's not as if Sam Darnold's not used to bouncing around. You know, at least he's not changing locations for the first time in forever. And, yeah, I mean, that's the biggest missing piece, I think. I mean, you could go Woolen as well, but, you know, John Schnatter usually figures out the type of player he needs in a draft and drafts exactly the guy he needs. I don't think you looked at this team and say they've appreciably changed. They're just in a very deep end of the pool, and the team that they beat, you know, twice, including, you know, the NFC Championship game, that team got appreciably better. I mean, you can't argue with Myles Garrett being added, and if Aaron Donald comes out of retirement, oh boy, are those two first ballot Hall of Fame pieces in their primes. You know, I don't want to hear that Donald's been out and he's rusty. If there's anybody who can knock off the rust, I mean, literally, Myles Garrett is maybe the only human that could make Aaron Donald look himself in the mirror and ask if he's gotten fat, you know? So that's a big deal. But that's not something that Seattle can control and can potentially put a chip on their shoulder and go, hey, we're a defending Super Bowl champ that can actually play the nobody believes in his card. That would be, for me, the change from one year to the next that Seattle would have to, and its fans need to be concerned about. But what can they do to control that? They can't. You know, of course, the NFL kind of understands this battle and what it means for the division, what it means for the conference, if not the league. So the schedule makers put the two Rams-Seahawks games in weeks 16 and 18, two of the last three games of the season. Let's go, you know?
Hey, Rich, last thing for me, and always appreciate the time, my friend. The football fan that's listening is nodding along to everything you're saying. The casual fan that jumped in, I don't know, maybe a couple weeks ago, is like, well, hold on a second, Mr. Eisen. You know what changed in Seattle? The Allen family no longer owns this team, and next month that's going to be voted on, and there's going to be whole new ownership to the Seattle Seahawks. What role does that play?
Well, what, for this season you're talking about?
Yep.
I don't think anything. I mean, first of all, I mean, reading up on it, I mean, I don't know the incoming owner of the Seahawks, but it doesn't look like to me we're going to start a GoFundMe for him. You know? You know? So, and I imagine he understands that he's got the only general manager in the history of the National Football League to have won multiple Super Bowls with a completely different roster and coaching staff, completely different, and a head coach who's already got a Super Bowl in his back pocket at a ridiculously young age in terms of coaching, and a fan base that's second to none in a stadium that's world-class that the whole world just watched being shown off for the World Cup. I mean, if there's any yeah, I don't see a new owner coming in, and obviously there'll be different wrinkles, different ways of running the business or doing this or doing that. But in terms of the football operations, I can't imagine that's going to be an issue.
We'll let you go here in a moment, and I apologize if this is kind of out of left field, but it just because of your long history with and then without and then back again with ESPN and seeing all of the news coming out today, Carl Ravitch, Tom Pelissero, Charles Davis, Stefania Bell, David Lowe, like there are a lot of people moving on from ESPN and not by choice, and this after Linda Cohn's retirement just recently. Just a thought on some of the folks that unfortunately are out of a job today.
I feel I don't know what else to say other than I'm crestfallen for so many of my colleagues, and you just named a couple of names that I didn't even know.
No, I'm sorry.
I've worked with pretty much everybody that you said, and I've been in their position before, and I just, as soon as I'm hanging up with you, I'm going to make a couple calls.
I appreciate it, Rich. Thank you, as always, my friend, for taking the time. I apologize for the body image question to begin the show. I'll be better next time, if there is a next time.
Honestly, no.
There might not be a next time after this. I don't know.
No, stop it. Like, I know doing this that when you bring somebody in, you like to have them continue the conversation that you're already having.
Yes.
I don't know.
Well, just likes to throw people for a loop and surprise them and get them to talk about men's calves. That's just kind of who he is.
Part of the reason why I am late because there's been just travel disasters on the East Coast. That's where I'm flying to go visit my kids for visiting day this weekend. So I was trying to repair all that. And so I was late getting to you guys. So I will take the hit having brought that on. If I was on time, I imagine you wouldn't have that conversation to try and fill time for me.
No, us? So, never. Visiting, that sounds like your kids are at camp up in the Northeast. That's my jam.
Yeah.
What camp are we at?
I'm not gonna mention, but listen, I'm from the East Coast. So is my wife, and my kids are in the New England area.
All right.
And listen, I'm a native New Yorker. I do love living in Southern California, but giving our kids an East Coast and Northeast experience in New England is I love it. They're exposed to whole different groups of people than they are normally here. And just the sense of, not to go completely off the reservation, the sense of independence and also getting him off those infernal phones and devices for 6-7 weeks is a detoxification that my wife and I are very happy about. They actually write letters home and mail them. Like, what a concept.
Did it. I remember it. I remember that. Yep.
There's that.
All right.
There's
Rich.
that.
Thank you. Enjoy your visiting day, and we'll talk again soon.
You got it, guys.
There you go. The great Rich Eisen on his way to camp to visit his son. I remember those visiting days. Yeah, 9 years old, Mike. See you later. We'll see you in 4 weeks for visiting day and another 4 weeks when we pick you up. And in the meantime, we'll write letters. Okay. See ya.
Such a foreign concept to anybody in the Pacific Northwest.
I know.
I mean, like, what you do what?
Yeah, it was 9 years old.
I mean, we went to Camp Arnold in 6th grade. Right? Shoot me to the moon. We tried to get our beads for making a campfire. We had to lick a slug. Like, that was the outdoor education, and parents freaked out and worried, I think, over 3 days or 2 days or whatever it was. How many weeks?
8. We'll see you in 4 weeks for visiting day and another 4 weeks after that when you come home. That was pretty much it.
For how many years?
Well, for me at that camp, in my 4th, I think, was the year that I hurt my hand. And that was sort of the end of my time at that particular camp.
Yes.
But I did a couple of other 4-week camps after that. Yeah. Dude, it was fun. I loved it.
Yeah.
You just go and play sports all day. Like, it was the most fun thing ever.
And you do meet a lot of kids, and you got to figure stuff out, and you're out of mom.
And they do socials with girls' camps and, first kisses and all that stuff. It was awesome. That was the way to go. It was phenomenal. Just the best. Yeah. Great times. Good oldies. Okay.
What do you hear from Rich? Anything?
No.
Yes, you did. You love the GoFundMe. Knock it off.
I did love the
Mike
GoFundMe.
McDonald's a winner. You should have heard one thing, Salk.
What?
Don't be sensitive anymore, please. Like when John Schneider comes over and maybe he's got a little something, that he remembered you saying, if he's going to do it to Rich Eisen, he's going to do it to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so hilarious that so many really don't buy into that. Like, what people are saying or what they remember that. But there are still others that do.
For me, of course they had to remove the pictures.
Yes.
Like, to me, that was all like, yeah, of course. It wasn't a disrespect to Pete
And
Carroll
the
the same way they
basketball
had to remove the basketball hoop. Like,
That's right.
You can't allow this to be Pete Carroll's building anymore. As much as I love Pete, I just texted with Pete the other day. I love Pete. Love him to death. But, like, he's gone.
And he would say the same thing.
Of course.
He would say, of course you take down my relics and my pictures and my hoop. You got to start over. You got to be you.
Of course you do. You've
gotta
got to
be
turn
who
it
you
over
are.
to the next guy. And by the way, the next guy wasn't a Pete Carroll. It's not like he came up through Pete's system.
Nope.
It's not like when it was Pete's assistant who you turned it over to. He's his own thing. Of course you moved on from that stuff. You honor the past. Mike always has. He's been great about it. But yeah, I'm glad to hear Rich say, like, yeah, I got that one wrong because Mike needed to do what he needed to do. It wasn't disrespect. And now as you sit here 2 years later, you can see exactly why he did it. All right. Went a little long with waiting on Rich and all that. So we will do a late version of Blue 88 coming up next. Jeff Passan at 8:30 as we shift back into a ton of baseball. It is Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
There hasn't been a new owner for this team since 1997.
I'm looking up, I'm reading about them because I didn't know anything about the family, honestly. It was interesting. A tech family, very smart. But the second thing I thought about was, can you just be an owner? Just be an owner. Don't mess with anything that's going on because Mike and John have created something special over there.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
We share our used cars. So our used cars are open trade between any store. So the sales managers don't have a problem in saying, yes, that car's available. And then that person from Seattle can come to Kirkland, pick the car up and sell it. It's what's best for the customer at the end of the day.
The LJ way.
If the customer wants to be met in Seattle, then let's figure out how to get that car from Kirkland to Seattle so that customer can come in there and transact. When you're all one team and you've got a great relationship, the other team comes over and helps that team, and then you as the customer don't see any difference in that experience. You're still getting the same service that you want and expect.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
Step inside and let the excitement take you places. This is Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the ultimate spot for action that reaches incredible heights, luxury that knows no bounds, and live entertainment that always thrills. It's all at one incredible destination. So when you look for the best, look nowhere else. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot.
Super Summer Weekend is here at LeMay, America's Car Museum. This Friday, Disney Pixar's movie Cars, drive-in theater style. Saturday, Carson Coffee Show and Family Steam Day with custom car tracks and hands-on fun. AmericasCarMuseum.org.
Hey fans, it's Rick Riz. I love making exciting calls every night, but there's a call I'm really excited to make in just days when I can say goodbye glasses. I'm having refractive lens exchange, RLE from K2 Vision, to get rid of readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, I'll never get a cataract. For decades, I've had to call ball games using readers to see my notes, then over them to see the field. On and off, on and off. It was brutal, but no more. K2 Vision RLE is my permanent solution to to a lifetime of great vision. Holy smokes, talk about experienced veterans. The K2 Vision RLA team has done over 150,000 lens procedures. I trust their stuff and them. Stay tuned. I'll keep you posted on my results. So enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Get your free Zoom consult now at K2VisionRLE.com. Then you can make the call. Goodbye, glasses. K2VisionRLE.com.
Not all roofs are created equal, and not all warranties are either. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Right now, take advantage of free lifetime Golden Pledge warranties on all GAF shingle installations and save up to $3,000 or choose 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Summertime savings won't last forever. Protect your home with a roof you can count on for decades. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Les Schwab Tires has always believed that taking care of people is the right thing to do. Today, that means more than trusted service. It means delivering real value, too. That's why we're lowering prices on hundreds of tires without changing the service and expertise you've always counted on. Consumer Reports named Les Schwab the best tire retailer for 2026. We'll keep working every day to earn your trust. See leschwab.com for details.
In October baseball, every pitch matters and every decision is magnified. In the postseason, teams don't rely on hope. They rely on preparation and experience. Divorce works much the same way, but the consequences of a bad call don't last a game, they last a lifetime. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, we provide the preparation and experience to protect your finances, your children, and your future. Go to goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. goldbergjones.com.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike
Heward. Not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Jeff Passan in a half hours. We will get back to some baseball talk. Great win from the Mariners last night. Cal Raleigh going deep. Not just going deep.
Was that on a tee? Was that like...
That was murdered.
Thank you, Caleb.
I mean, that was just a curveball spinning right in the middle of the plate, and he just demoed that thing. So good on Cal, and I hope that feels good, and hopefully gets him untracked here now moving forward. So we'll get back to some baseball with Jeff at 8:30. First, though, a late version of Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, brought to you by Culligan Seattle.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, body image guy. I looked at your picture. I had seen it already of Jadarian Price entering the facility for rookie camp the other day.
Yep.
What did you notice?
Yeah, he is jacked. I mean, his upper body is everything that K9's lower body is. Right? Like when more the whole fun we have with her. Like if you've seen Ken Walker, obviously he's a lean ball of muscle. Jadarian's upper body is huge. And I honestly had to do like a triple take on that because what you have seen is a lot of AI with a lot of guys. Like, whoa, Dak Prescott, big offseat, like where there's some filter that you can make him 5X more muscular. And I thought, honestly, that had to have happened. Like his upper body is huge. And it is a scouting thing, Salk, honestly. And I brought it up there and had a little fun with Rich Eisen about it. Proportionality matters, right? You cannot be... The 2 guys that were the most disproportionate that I was ever around that sustained, Hall of Famers, some of the greatest to ever play at their position were Cortez Kennedy and Warren Sapp. But they were different. Like they carried a lot of body fat and mass up top, and then truly they had legs like Marshawn Lynch. Like Cortez and Warren Sapp had like running back tight end legs, and then just the girth up top. So they were unbelievable 3 techniques and kind of transformed the game as Hall of Fame players. Hard to do that at running back. And, I think Jadarian, for some of these guys, mass matters, size matters, strengths matter. For Jadarian, it's like, dude, we're not gonna add any more upper body mass. You have got all of that in spades. If anything, let's get a little bit more proportional, because once you add that size, just think about it, right? How can you catch? How can you move? How many receivers have you seen with upper bodies like that? I think David Boston ran himself out of the league. He got so big and so jacked. Like that doesn't work. That doesn't sustain. So yeah, kind of funny that he may be one in the weight room. You throttle back, especially with the upper body stuff, and just make sure you stay as proportionate as you possibly can.
Good. More David Boston talk, though, coming up. Question number 2. What do you make of these moves at ESPN? It started with Ryan Clark yesterday, but obviously it goes quite a bit from there. Karl Ravech is a huge name for those of us who've been watching ESPN forever.
33 years.
Fans.
33 years.
When I think baseball tonight, when I think ESPN in a big game, who's hosting in the studio,
yes.
I think Karl Ravech. I think of him talking to Buster and Gammons and all the people over the years. Jeff Passan, who joins us in a few minutes. Karl Ravech is the guy. He's one of my favorite ESPN people. That's a huge bummer. Tom Pelissero, been on with us a million times. We love Tom. Came over from NFL Network, Minnesota guy. What do you make of all this?
Well, I think there's kind of a pyramid here, right? In the biggest, whether at the bottom or the top, whatever way you want to look at it, there's a merger. And NFL Network and ESPN came together, and just like any team, or you bring new people in, you got to figure out the roster and what all that's going to look like. So I think that is the biggest trigger of this. And then the next one is, you got significant rainmakers. Stephen A. brings his audience. Pat McAfee brings his audience. Kirk Herbstreit, right? It's all over. These guys make a ton of dough at the very top. And Rich Eisen with his radio show, and ton of eyeballs, ton of money. And then you got to figure out the rest of that roster, right? Well, we pay these guys, Salk. They take X percentage of the cap. Now, how do we move the other stuff around? How do we get younger? How do we get cheaper? And I think Ryan, last year jumped the shark with Peter Schrager. I think that was it.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you can't do that. Peter Schrager is one of the you've been around Peter Schrager. He's just a great dude, people person. Everybody loves to work with him. And you're going to throw him under the bus and play that card that you never played the game? I don't think he forgot that. I don't think executives over there forgot that. And he kind of always consistently pushed the envelope, and I don't think it was the easiest to work with. And you know that on a team. If you're not the top paid guy and you're not real easy to be on the team, you know what? Go find another team.
That Ryan Clark one is too bad. I thought he had a real potential great future at ESPN a few years ago.
Well, we've seen this through the years, Salk, right? Danny Cannell, Trent Dilfer.
Yeah.
I think Ryan fits in that boat where it gets also really difficult because he was so substantive with his football early. As was Trent.
Not
as
just
was Danny.
that, though. Wasn't it Ryan who was on during the DeMar Hamlin thing? Was that? Do I have it right? There was something like that where he was on and he was really great. Yep. And just, really showed this great human side of a story. It's like, oh, man, this guy could be a real star. And I would agree. It feels like it kind of got away from him over the last few years. Question number 3. We talked about this earlier. I guess it was late last week when Pat Chum was on with us. But the decision made, and really it happened at USC and UCLA first, to move to the Big Ten.
Yeah.
How's that looking now?
Yeah, it's tough right now because of that half share that you're taking. If it was a full share, the Huskies would not be losing any money. They'd be making some money within their department. So they know that is coming, what did Pat say, 29, 30?
That was 2030, yeah.
Yep, so a couple years away, 3-4 years from that still. So you're going to have to weather that a little bit. But on the other side of it, Salk, you join the best conference in America right now. And I will quote your friend, who you quoted a bunch with this, and he's right, Dave Pridemore. Old sales executive, then GM and big boss. And what do you always say to this?
You're talking, you're losing?
If you're talking, you're losing. You watch the SEC Media Days yesterday? No, you did not. But if you did, you know what you're hearing? A lot of talking, a lot of chirping. Well, yeah, maybe we'll go look at it. You're not the best conference anymore. You haven't won a title in 3-4 years. Their coaches being asked about it. Wow, it's a scheduling. Are you going to play that card? What are we talking about here? You guys have played 1AA schools and cupcakes at the end of the year forever. And by the way, the South Carolinas and Mississippi States, these teams are bad. Arkansas, they've been bad. The bad. The bottom of your conference, I'm sorry, is not is not – it's worse than the Big Ten. And, oh, by the way, the top of your conference has just gotten bypassed because now they're getting revenue and now they're getting recruits because now they're playing in the same sandbox that you got to play in by yourself for a lot of years. So, yeah, I think the right move, not just financially then for Oregon and Washington, Jen Cohen and Ron Mullins and the ADs who had to make that hard call, and it was brutal. And obviously you sacrificed Oregon State and Washington State to do that, and I hated that then. I hated it now. But it is a move that years later you're looking at like, yeah, not only financially better, but, geez, we're in the best conference in America.
All right, there you go. That is a late version of Blue 88 today, since we went along with Rich Eisen, who joined us a little late and all that. So thank you, Brock. Good stuff. Yeah.
It is one of the big
I saw the
misnomers.
SEC stuff yesterday.
Yeah.
They were sort of talking about, the whole – they're coming out against – Greg Sankey's coming out against the bill that's been put forward by Maria Cantwell, our senator here in Washington, and Ted Cruz. So it's a bipartisan bill. This is not a Democrat-Republican thing. It's just, trying to get together and make college sports make some level of sense. And the SEC is against it, and they have some ways they think they can make it better. Do they still have the juice to pull that off? Because they're saying, well, if we can't get it right, maybe we'll just elope. Maybe we'll just, secede from the NCAA.
Right.
It does feel like if the NCAA doesn't want to, do anything, that at some point it's an unnecessary governing body that everyone will just leave.
Yeah. And everybody just kind of look out for themselves. And unfortunately, it's not very collegial, is it?
But I think that's sort of what that bill aims to do. I don't know that much about it.
Tries to put some guardrails, tries to put some structures, tries to put some rules and regulation in place for a whole property that has none of it. Just none of it. And it's a Wild West, and it is totally unsustainable. But do they want to cede power? Do they want to do that? That's not been the calling card of the SEC.
At some point they would want the government to come in and be the bad guy for them, so that they could say, hey, what are we going to do? The government told us we had to do this, and now at least the world makes sense again. I don't know. All right, coming up, Jeff Passan in 20 minutes. We will get back to some great baseball trade talk. Cal breaking out last night. Mariners have won 3 in a row. That's right after Need to Know next.
Back on February 8th, the countdown started at 167 days.
3, 2, 1.
Right after the clock showed zeros.
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
The champs are back on the field in just 4 days when Seahawks training camp begins.
We know that we're target number 1 now.
And nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of the Super Bowl champs. Seattle Sports.
Well, it's going to be 90 today, so summer is definitely here in Seattle, and that's Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel as well. You can check out upcoming shows. They got the Pop 2000 tour soon with Chris Kirkpatrick of NSYNC, O-Town, Ryan Cabrera, and LFO. That is August 1st. If you need a laugh, they got comedy shows coming up. 80s pop sensation Taylor Dane on September 6th. Yeah, you can get all those tickets at snocasino.com. And don't forget to book a room because you can experience luxury with breathtaking Cascade views at the brand new hotel. It is just awesome. Elevate your next getaway, all at Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Nearly 1 in 4 people killed on the road in Washington weren't driving. Pedestrians on our roads are incredibly vulnerable, whether they're facing drunk, drugged, drowsy, or distracted drivers. Pedestrians are defenseless on our streets. That's why Davis Law Group fights for pedestrian accident victims and their loved ones after a crash. Davis Law Group delivers. So if you or a loved one have been injured, call Davis Law Group today at 206-888-8888 or visit davislawgroupseattle.com.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Ask your Bryant dealer to maintain your current system or install an energy-efficient Evolution system. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. Whatever it takes.
Go all in at Toyota of Renton with incredible inventory on the 2026 Tundra. Lease the 2026 Tundra SR5 for $479 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or finance at 2.99% APR for 72 months. Toyota of Renton's fantastic team will set you up with the test drive and walk you through the finance offerings so you can drive that truck home the same day. Visit them in store or online at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah,
well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Seattle summers are sneaky, so when the heat wave hits, it hits like I used to. Dave Wyman here. Fast Home Services has you covered with an AC tune-up for just $59.99. First-time customers get the $99 diagnostic for free. Heating and cooling done right by the local team since 1986. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST to book your free in-home estimate. Or visit fasthomeservices.com for a virtual quote in seconds for water heaters, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Incredible savings for 3 days only. Divers Fair only happens once each year at Underwater Sports, 107th and Aurora Avenue North.
The countdown is on.
Just 4 days
until Seahawks training camp on the home of the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
You know what you need to know, Brock? This. Here's the pitch. Swung on and destroyed. It's on its way. Upper deck just short. Going sail away. Grand slam. Cal Raleigh. He crushes it into space. A big blast for Cal. It is 7-0 Mariners.
Is baseball the only sport where sail away is used violently? Because you think of Enya, sail away, sail away.
That's what you think of?
Away. Or crisscross, sailing.
I mean, I think
take me away.
That's what you think of?
Yacht rock. I think of yacht rock with sailing.
Okay.
What do you think of?
Well, I think of Styx. Come sail away.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I mean, just a little bit.
Is that violent? Is that loud?
Well,
or is that also pretty?
A lot more than that.
Chill?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, well, give me that one if you can find it somewhere in your system.
Come Sail Away, is that violent?
No, it's
Well,
not.
violent, but it's like a,
It's got a little something to it. Stick's got a little
Come
something to it.
sail away, come sail away. You know, come sail away.
Oh,
come
that, okay.
sail away
Yeah.
with me. Like.
Okay, at least that's got a little bit.
Yeah.
But that ball was murdered.
Maybe you just think of this.
What did you do with the cow Raleigh hitting
Early in the morning. All right. Sorry.
Oh, you ranked sales before? Oh, that's
I
weird.
think we might have done that at some point. Hey, well, that was the best thing for the Mariners yesterday. His first home run since July 4th. Can someone please explain to me why there was a runner tagging up from third for the Reds with the ball at deep second base?
Swung on, popped up, short right field. Robles in. He's calling for it. He wants it. He takes it. Here comes the tag home. The throw on one hop to home. The tag applied. Arroyo is toast. Robles throws him out at home. It's a double play.
A little
You
leaguer
know
could have thrown
why.
him out at home.
You know why?
They
It's two
thought
things.
Robles was...
Yeah, disrespect to Robles, number one. And number two, the Reds are scuffling and struggling to do anything well.
Brock.
So that's called pressing.
That ball was, I mean, maybe if the second
So
baseman
why you
had caught
hitting
it going the wrong
three-wood?
way.
Why are you hitting a 3-wood in that par 5? You know you can't do that.
I don't hit 3-wood. Game 2 tonight, Luis Castillo and Chase Burns will be on the hill. My 3-wood is just decorative. Turns out Felnine Celestin will be joined by Johnny Farmello, Josh Caron, and Lucas Kelly, all promoted up from Everett to AA.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I'd like to rank sales. I bet that was a good one.
Yeah, we had Sail on Sailor.
Yeah.
Beach Boys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sailboat, powerboat. What are you?
Neither. Neither.
Well, you got to be one of the two.
No, I don't.
In life.
I don't have to do either one. No, I don't. I prefer to be on land.
Which is the most stubborn of the two, Brock?
Sailboaters. Yeah. They're the purists.
More,
they kind of
more of a
scoff at
yacht
the
guy.
powerboaters.
I'm more of a giant yacht guy. Very elitist. Very elitist. Nick Emmanwori placed on the PUP list to start the year. Now, here's what that means. It does not mean that he's going to miss the first 4 weeks of the regular season. They have until cutdown day, which I think is August 30th, something like that, in order to make a decision and activate him. If he's activated before then, he just, plays as normal. And that's, I think, the great likelihood here. But if he's not activated by then, he's got to miss the first 4 weeks of the season. Here's what Brady Henderson said yesterday to Wyman and Bob.
The sense I have got so far in my reporting is that, sounds like he's gonna miss some time during training camp, but it doesn't sound like this is something that's going to threaten his availability for the start of the regular season. I don't know that for sure. That's just kind of the impression that I got in my initial reporting.
Mm-hmm. And Brady will do his homework, and eventually, as the week goes on, we'll get more and more info, and as the boys report, and we'll see whether Torrey Horton and A.J. Barner, some of the guys that actually missed the whole offseason, whether they pass those physicals and they hit the ground running. We've seen this over the years as well. There have been different guys start the year on PUP, and maybe it's a week, maybe it's 2 weeks. We'll see if it's a little cleanup. That's been some of the speculation on the ankle. Maybe it's a little longer than that. I guess the good news, if there's a silver lining, Salk, is he did participate in the whole offseason.
Mm-hmm.
You did get to see him out there, and he is a difference maker. Okay. And it's funny, like you and I can do our most irreplaceable lists. If we chatted with Phillip Rivers or Sean Payton or some of the other guys, Kirk Cousins, I think that they would say that guy right there is just a scheme difference maker, unlike very, very few in all the NFL.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, we are under 2 weeks, 13 days before the trade deadline. We'll talk to Jeff Passan about it here in just a moment. Jim Bowden says, deal George Kirby to San Francisco for Casey Schmidt and Eric Miller, a reliever. And I like Schmidt. I like that he hits lefties, like the multiple positions. I like that he's done in a pitcher's park. And that is a big thing.
But it's been a one-year deal. I mean, it's been a breakthrough. As even Bowden said in his analysis, breakout.
Yep.
Like he's just kind of this year.
Now, he was a second-round pick, highly thought of. I mean, it's not like he came completely out of nowhere. But, yeah, I mean, you're trusting at that point that what he's put together this year is real. Right. And I don't know whether anybody knows for sure that that's the case. So there's a pretty big risk factor in there. Here's a little Adam Jude.
Yeah. No, he's a guy who can move around, too. He can help you at third base.
as a right-handed bat. He's had a really nice year for them. Yeah, I think the Giants would probably ask a lot for him because I still think he's got at least a few years of club control.
Yeah, but so does Kirby, and he's a lot more established. I don't know. I'm not sure I quite understand that one. And Brock, breaking news here this morning. We've been talking about some of the bad breaking news, some of the people that have been let go from ESPN. Ryan Clark, Tom Pelissero, Carl Ravitch. Sounds like Cam Newton is on that list. Kind of going through all of that. But the first trailer is out for Hard Knocks. And here's just a 4-second snippet.
This organization knows success. What?
Wait a minute.
Whoa.
That sounds familiar.
Can't use this organization knows success.
So I know who's saying this organization knows success. That voice is familiar to me. Is it the same person going right before it?
That would be Jaron Reed.
Are you sure?
This organization knows success.
I wouldn't put it past Brock.
Are you prepared to deal with the wrath of Stacy? She can be so mad that you're on Hard Knocks?
Well, since she threw acid at a raccoon to turn it into Jimothy, then it's just to protect her dead raccoon Ricky or whatever that thing was.
I think it'll be more if Brock gets on video.
Okay, it's still, I mean, in the promo is a pretty good indicator. Wow.
I think I feel like taking the rest of this show. This organization knows success. How do you know that wasn't me?
I don't know who it was.
Well, because I saw the video.
Sailing? Oh, thanks.
Morgan. I didn't.
Is this Sticks?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is tough. I mean, this is violent. This is what I think of when I think of a big, powerful home run.
I think of South Park when I hear this.
I mean, that's one of it. That's one part of it. Maybe we should fast forward a little in the song.
Yeah.
Maybe a little farther. Okay, maybe a little farther. Okay, fine. Maybe a little farther. Here we go.
That ball blasted. Sally
This is a good song. Once it takes, 3 minutes to get going. But once it does, it's pretty great. Here we go. They say, come sail away. I'll sail away. Come sail away with Jeff Passan next. It's Brock and Salk Sales Sports on 710.
Jeff Passan every Tuesday morning at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
What can be the elixir to begin the second half for Cal Raleigh?
Just getting back to the basics. In his case, let's get the ball and play a little bit more. And a lot of this is swinging at pitches that he shouldn't be swinging at. Cal Raleigh will fix himself. I absolutely, firmly believe that.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
The Boeing Classic welcomes the world's greatest golf legends to the Pacific Northwest, August 14th through the 16th at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Watch Masters champions and Golf Hall of Famers compete for a $2.3 million purse at the only PGA Tour champion stop in the region. Bring the whole family and make sure to check out the Sehawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BoeingClassic.com to get yours today.
Longer days, warmer weather, and a stronger you all start at Top Fitness. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and right now, check out the Top Fitness Big Sale in all 3 of their stores. Every category is on sale. Home gyms, weight plates, dumbbells, treadmills, and stair climbers like I've got. Great deals on display models, too. Have a home gym that needs some help? Get your rubber flooring and all the accessories you need. Get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Puget Sound remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net. Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater.
DayandNight.net.
The way you met, the moment you knew, the future you're dreaming about together. At Klein Jewelers, we believe your engagement ring should be just as unique as the journey that brought you here. That's why we specialize in custom designed engagement rings, crafted to reflect your style, your story, and the life you're building together. Our experienced team will guide you every step of the way, because when you're creating a symbol of forever, every detail matters. Klein Jewelers by the Fountain in downtown Edmonds. Your jeweler for life.
Thinking about a new roof or exterior upgrade, but worried about the cost? This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We've created our summertime savings event to make it simple and affordable. Save up to $3,000 off your exterior project or get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. And every qualifying GAF roof is backed by our lifetime Golden Pledge warranty. One call gets you started. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Dave Wyman here, brand new member of Harborstone Credit Union, and I got my PNW cashback checking account for free. No fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. Gas, groceries, coffee, travel, lunch, all categories count toward your cashback. Open your free account online like I did. Go to harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest.
Insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
The countdown is on.
Just 4 days
until Seahawks training camp on the home of the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code MULTIPLY to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code MULTIPLY to get up to $10,000. That's promo code MULTIPLY.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Shut up, Salk. It's Brock and Salk's weekly chat with ESPN senior baseball writer Jeff Passan.
Man, when you have a talent like him.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise.
On Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Hello, Jeffrey.
Gentlemen, how are you?
Doing pretty well. You know, Mariners won a couple games in a row, 3 now. Cal broke out last night. We're 13 days from the trade deadline, so let's jump into this. We'll get to Cal and what he did last night in a moment, but The home run on Saturday from Cole Young, again, this is one of those moments where you got to be kind of following a team every day. But things were pretty bleak. We talked about the awful road trip. They get shut out and look bad in their first game back on Friday night. They're being shut out into the 6th inning on Saturday. And all of a sudden, you get a hit by pitch and a walk, and little Cole Young just crushes one to right field. You get back in the game.
You have to call him Little Cole. Come on,
only because that's kind of the image. He's a second baseman.
I take responsibility for that, Jeff. That's my doing. I apologize.
Well, I think that's kind of where I'm eventually going with this. Is this guy's on pace for 20 home runs this year? How big a deal is Cole Young?
It was interesting when I was looking over the weekend at the lineup and seeing Cole Young hitting third. I was like, wow, boy, like in this lineup, that's quite an ascent from where he began the season, but he's earned it. And I don't know that Cole Young is ever going to be a star, but I think his floor is extremely high, and there is a lot of value that comes in that. When you look at his numbers this year, I'm just looking at Baseball Reference right now, 3.5 wins above replacement already at this point. Like, that's a really, really good big leaguer. And, Brock, you asked me, I always get Brock texts. I love the good Brock texts that I'll get just in preparation for this. And you asked me, Brock, who are his comparables? And, the first one that came to mind, and I went back and ran a couple Baseball Reference searches just to see how the numbers line up. And I think my instinct on this one was right. This is a guy who a lot of people think should be in the Hall of Fame, actually. And I'm not sure I agree that Lou Whitaker is a Hall of Famer. I don't think his peak was ever high enough for that. But to me, what Cole Young can be is the consistent 4 or 5 win player at second base, which when you have Julio Rodriguez in center field, when you have Cal Raleigh behind the plate, when you have Colt Emerson, who I think is going to be a fundamental part of this team going forward. When you have a bunch of guys who have those higher ceilings, having a 4 or 5 win second baseman is absolutely a gift. And, for Cole Young to be more like for the comparison to be spot on, Cole Young probably needs to walk a little more. Lou Whitaker had better plate discipline than him, but it's 2026, man. Nobody really gets on base these days. So I'm not trying to rationalize it away, but more saying that Lou Whitaker piled up 75 wins above replacement in his career by being a consistent 4, 5, 6 win guy. And that's what I think Cole Young can be.
I know Salk's going to want to get to some names here.
With 19 years with one team, by the way.
Is that him and Trammell? Wasn't Trammell there for a huge chunk of that as well?
Pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. Anyway, sorry, go on.
Salky's going to get to some names here for you and different propositions in the trade market. Just first, before we get to that, to kind of set the tone, how big of a deal is the third wild card been to this trade deadline in a couple weeks?
I had not looked at it if the third wild card weren't there. I do think somebody asked me yesterday, how many wins do you think it's going to take to get the third wild card? And I settled on 84. It looked for a while like, God, is this going to be an under 500 endeavor? But, Boston coming out, ripping off 14 straight wins, it kind of helps in that respect. But Texas, you guys know the thorn in the Mariners' side that the Rangers have been, just sort of hanging around the top of the standings all year. Baltimore, before losing to the Red Sox yesterday, had won 7 straight. Minnesota wants to be in. It's that next tier of teams that to me is going to be the most interesting. What does Houston do? And will Detroit, which is now only 6 games under 500 and 4.5 back of the Red Sox for that last spot, will they hold on to Tarek Skubal and Casey Mize? And what about the Blue Jays? I don't know if you guys realize that the Blue Jays have the 4th worst record in the American League right now.
Jeez.
So what are the consequences of that going to be? To me, the third wild card is what gives each of those teams a fighting chance, or gives them the hope that could prompt them to hold on to guys at the deadline, because Toronto does not want to move Kevin Gossman, and Toronto does not want to move Dalton Varsho. But the Blue Jays at some point need to acknowledge that leaping over 6 teams is a really difficult thing to do. And yeah, the Red Sox did it, but it took winning, the second most games they have consecutively in the 126-year history of the franchise. So that's an outlier right there, and you don't make bets on outliers. And as much as last year was the Blue Jays' year, this year just might not be it.
What about moving Luis Castillo? No matter how many times we talk with people about possibility of where the Mariners could go at the deadline, someone seems to say they'd love to move Luis Castillo. Okay, so let's accept that premise. What is he worth?
Not a whole lot. Especially if you go and look, guys, at the top 100 trade deadline candidates that we have up on ESPN.com right now. We just updated it today. I think it's actually a really good and pretty thorough tool that Kylie McDaniel and I have put together. And you'll notice there's a lot of starting pitching. There is a lot of starting pitching that's going to be available. And so, do
you have Luis ranked, by the way? Just to cut you off there, Jeff, do you have either Luis or George Kirby ranked in the top 100?
We do have Luis. We have him 55th.
Okay.
He is ahead of Brady Singer in terms of starting pitchers, and behind Seth Lugo, Jack Flaherty, Dustin May, Robbie Ray, Trevor Rogers, Michael Wacha, Freddie Peralta, Foster Griffin. Outside of the top 25, those are the best starting pitchers who are available. And then inside the top 25, you've got Jose Soriano at 25. Sandy Alcantara, I don't think, is going anywhere. He's 22nd. Kevin Gausman is 19th. Clay Holmes, who is very likely to move, is up at 17th. Casey Mize. It's a lot of, considering the number of teams that are committed to moving guys right now, being just 3, with the New York Mets, San Francisco Giants, and Colorado Rockies. There's quite an array of options for starting pitchers if you're a team that's looking for one.
And just out of curiosity, your Luis ranking, how does that account for his next year's salary in there as well? Does that bring it down? So it's not just that his talent puts him there; it's that next year's salary at $27 million or whatever puts him there as well.
It's a combination of all of these things. And here's the thing. When you look at the top 10 candidates right now, we have Tarek Skubal at a 60% chance of moving. Byron Buxton, for example, we have on there because it's a possibility, but the chance we have at 10%. Joe Ryan at 35, Mason Miller we've got at 40, Shea Langoliers at 10, Zach Neto at 30. So a lot of these guys who are in the top 10 right now probably aren't going to get traded, but the fact that the conversations are being had, that their names are being discussed. I didn't put George on the list because I don't think the Mariners are going out there and actively courting people with George Kirby. I don't think they're saying we need upgrades in these particular areas and we're willing to do Kirby. Would they listen if someone talks about Kirby? Of course. They're going to listen on just about anyone, but I don't find a trade of George Kirby to be all that likely at this point.
Just out of curiosity, total hypothetical, if he was on your guys' list, where would George have ranked?
I'm just looking at this right now. Certainly top 10.
Yeah.
And might be top 5.
So we get a Jim Bowden suggestion yesterday, which was George Kirby to San Francisco for Casey Schmidt and Eric Miller. Who says no to that deal?
I think instantaneously the Mariners say no.
That's what I thought.
Right.
It feels like just not enough to get back.
Not even close to enough. And Eric Miller would be a good, effective left-handed reliever. When Brendan Donovan comes back, where's Casey Schmidt playing?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's to me the bigger challenge they have in general. Like all the names we can talk about: Taylor Ward, Casey Schmidt.
I know.
Outside of the relievers, okay, Luke Weaver and Eric Miller, and maybe even Mason Miller in some dream world scenario. Like, the challenge the Mariners have is that their best players are the ones that haven't been playing at the top of their game. You're not going to replace any of them. So what do you do?
I know. And that's, Mike, that's why when I get asked what do the Mariners need at the deadline, the answer is for their own guys to be better.
You and Jerry Dipoto. I mean, that's kind of what Jerry shared with Adam Jude of the Seattle Times over the weekend in their Q&A. Yep. I mean, I think there's the same.
I didn't even see that, but that's the reality. I think when you look at the team, would it be nice to have a right-handed hitting quarter outfielder to be what Rob Refsnyder was supposed to? Yeah, of course, that would be nice. There are just not a whole lot of those available.
Okay, and let's live in a little fantasy land then here, Jeffrey. Knowing that you've got all that data and all that info, and you put together an amazing list there with your team at ESPN, go ahead and craft then for me a trade that brings Mason Miller. Because you want to talk about the back end of this bullpen. You want to talk about shortening games. The concern now of Matt Brash, supposed to be maybe trade deadline. Now it's mid-August. Maybe it's late. Maybe he never comes back. So craft a trade with the assets that the Mariners have in your estimation for Mason Miller.
That one I think would cost George Kirby. And that's something, if I'm the Mariners, that I'm willing to do. Because I am not the guy who generally values one-inning relievers for a whole lot. And I look at my perspective on the Hall of Fame. Like, closers in the Hall of Fame, to me, it's just like, I don't know. But Mason Miller's different. Mason Miller is in often the most high-leverage spots of any game, and absolute force multiplier. Like, if you put Mason Miller in the game, let's say he's thrown in 39 games this season. He's got an 0.89 ERA. He struck out 75 guys in 40 2/3 innings. I mean, it is a ridiculous performance. Seemingly every time he's out there, he's got, with his fastball that's averaging 101 plus miles an hour, and that being his second best pitch, by the way, behind his slider, which is just a swing and miss demon. He is the closest thing to a sure thing that you're going to find in baseball.
So what was the last sale when he was sold from Oakland to San Diego? And you would think the value is even higher now with what he's done and all those metrics he just posed there. No?
Well, it's a year that you don't have control.
Yeah,
part
it's
of the
a year
value
later.
is the
I'm with
extra
Mike on
year.
this one. It's a year closer to
I think he's
free
actually
agency.
worth a little less, but okay, whatever.
Yeah,
all right.
Last time around, Brock, he got a guy who is the number 2 prospect in all of MLB right now in Leo DeVries. So that shows you if you're willing to go out and get Mason Miller, it's going to cost.
Does George Kirby and Michael Arroyo get that done?
Let's put it this way. It at least gets you in the conversation. But the problem comes down to this. If Mason Miller's out there, everybody is going to want him.
Right.
I mean, everybody. So what's going to wind up happening, I think, is even if you were to start at Miller and Arroyo, at Kirby and Arroyo, the Yankees might come in with more, and the Red Sox might come in with more. And I don't think the Dodgers are going to be involved in any sort of trade with the Padres that gives them an elite player of any manner or variety. But there are going to be so many teams that are interested that the price is just going to go up.
But Jeffrey, we play your promo. Like the Mariners have, like, this isn't 3 years ago. This isn't 2 years ago. Like, you got one of the best farm systems in baseball. You got one of the most valuable things in Major League starting pitching. Like, if you want to do a deal, we're not talking to Jeff Passan 2 or 3 or 4 years ago. We're talking with a fully formed, fully mature program and organization all the way through. That you have assets, right? If you want to play that game, you hold enough cards in your hand to get seemingly any deal done. Do you not?
You're talking my language, and I agree. Now is a time for the Mariners to go out and be aggressive, particularly considering the state of the American League, right?
Yep.
I mean, the American League is eminently winnable, guys. Have you gone and looked at the standings recently?
Yes.
It is utterly ridiculous that at the top is Tampa Bay on, I believe, a 92 win pace. Like, the best team in the AL right now is on pace to win 92 games. The Chicago White Sox are within 4 games of home field advantage in the American League. Chicago White Sox, who 2 years ago lost 121 games. That's the state of the American League right now. And so,
what does a team look like, Jeff, that has Mason Miller, Andres Munoz, Matt Brash, maybe Luis Castillo, Eduard Bazardo, Gabe Spire?
Anderson.
Like, what does a team look like that has that in their bullpen for a postseason?
Yeah. I mean, don't forget Jose
5-inning
Ferrer
games
either.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's not like Ferrer's been bad. What does that team look like?
Terrifying.
And I like George Kirby, but you're not going to be here in a couple of years. And, I can put that together and say, if the world is not offering you what you want, a right-handed bat or a chance to trade Luis Castillo, then find a different way of adding to your strengths rather than trying to shore up your weaknesses, and see if you can go win a completely different way. And, oh, by the way, if you have to trade Mason Miller at the end of the year, go ahead. It's not like his value is going to go down in 3 months.
I mean, that's exactly right. And that's how the Padres operate. It's a little looser than what the Mariners do. And I think there are a few teams, guys, right now that are facing, I'm not going to call it like a reckoning is a little bit too strong of a word, but these teams, and I put Milwaukee in this bucket, and I put Tampa Bay in this bucket, these teams that through process have been able to look at the landscape of Major League Baseball that is decidedly tilted against them and still leverage it to find success through process and through player development and through all of these ideals that are preached in the game. They believe that they are where they are. They believe they found the success that they found because of that process, right? And so to do something like this, it goes against their instincts. It goes against what got them there. And that's a hard thing to come to terms with. Like, we got to this point and we are where we are because we've acted in a very specific and particular way. We have been cautious and we have been smart. And now you're asking us to go do something that our model is going to tell us is stupid, and you want us to disagree with that? And the answer is yes, actually. The answer is yes, because to me, I had a long conversation with a very successful executive in another sport, actually, about this very topic. Like, what should windows look like and how should you treat them? And essentially he said, when you're starting from scratch, you should be like 95% model. You should just go value, value, value. But as you start winning and as you get into your window, that's where the human element should come into play a little bit more. That's where you should look for factors outside of what the computers are telling you is the right thing to do, because there are finite periods of time for any team to go out and take advantage of what you've built. And even though the Mariners have been hovering around 500 all season long, and that there's a realistic scenario in which they don't make the playoffs, an untimely injury here or poor performances there, and suddenly this is just a wasted season. But I think likelier is that it has a chance to be a really special season. And that's something that when you have the organizational depth that the Mariners have built at this point, I don't mind chasing and I don't mind getting a little loose on.
Really quickly here, you mentioned Milwaukee and Tampa for rightful reasons because of their budgets, because of their market size and everything else and their process. But you've also, with us, over the years, put the Mariners in that bucket as far as one of the best, most impeccable process-driven organizations. So they're there in that same spot of continuity and process and building everything up. Do I hear you saying there that this might, kind of like last year, be that time to once again go for it, even if your models and your data may question it?
Yes, absolutely. And they went for it last year without really giving up a whole lot. I think it might cost more this year, but when you've had the run that they've had on drafting and developing guys, you can never rest on your laurels, but you got to take advantage of that. It's there for a reason, and that reason is to get the first ring in franchise history.
Hey, Jeff, real quick, we'll let you go. And I don't know how much you know about this yet, but obviously cuts at ESPN here over the last 24 hours or so, and there's some really big names on that list, but specifically Karl Ravech. As a baseball person, I mean, Karl Ravech to me is Baseball Tonight. You know, it's him talking to Peter Gammons and Buster Olney, and before you were even at ESPN, like that to me, when I think Baseball Tonight, Karl Ravech is the first name that comes to mind. When you got an opportunity to work with him and be a teammate of his, just speak for a minute about Karl Ravech if you could.
First time I'm on Baseball Tonight, I'm a little bit terrified. This is the show I grew up watching. I love this show deeply, and Ravi is as tied to that show as anyone is to any show at ESPN. And I'm sitting down at the desk next to Tim Kirkchin, and he looks at me, and Tim's just such a sincere, wonderful guy, and he says, "Just follow Ravi." And that to me is Karl Ravech right there. I have been on a lot of desks with a lot of hosts. There is none who has a command of the way that a show works and an understanding of timing and an ability to set up his teammates like Karl. He was the best. I was incredibly fortunate to work with him, and we'll miss him.
Well said. Jeff, thank you. We'll talk next week.
Thank you, boys. Appreciate you.
There you go. The great Jeff Passan, and I think he says that perfectly. What a bummer that one is. It's not saying that the other ones aren't, but Karl Ravech just kind of, that gets me a little bit, man. I love watching that guy for years and years. All right, let's react to some of what we heard there, Brock, because I think you could feel the momentum as we were talking start pushing down one path more than any other. Is it the right one? It's next on Brock and Salk.
Jeff Passan, every Tuesday morning at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
What can be the elixir to begin the second half for Cal Raleigh?
Just getting back to the basics in his case. Let's get the ball in play a little bit more. And a lot of this is swinging at pitches that he shouldn't be swinging at. Cal Raleigh will fix himself. I absolutely, firmly believe that.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
When it's time for fun in the sun, Western Washington drives Toyota. And Toyota brings the heat with powerful trucks for work or play. Like the rugged, built in the USA Tundra. Now through August 3rd, get $1,000 customer cash on a new 26 Tundra. Or 2.99 APR financing. Excludes TRD Pro. With approved credit through TFS. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half, plus try Xfinity Mobile free for a year, no commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone, all for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared to one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only after 12 months. Regular rates do apply. So make the call today. 1-800-XFINITY.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Everyone always asks me, what were your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Well, allow me to share, along with some details, on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Okay, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and I'm living proof those results are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that blew away my expectations. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It is quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, well, it's here. Advanced Hair's Summer Savings Event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details to schedule your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You play for the win, not just on game day, every day. Channel that drive into your money. Robinhood puts you in control, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams. Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Eward is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right, Mariners fans, let's talk through this, but you got to try to be reasonable for a moment because it's hard. Nobody wants to hear that the things you need aren't available and that they don't fit that well into your team. It's a weird situation the Mariners are in. But when you are getting a lot of your production from the guys on the edges and you're not getting as much as you need from Julio, Cal, Naylor, and hopefully the last couple days are a sign that those guys are about ready to break out. It's difficult to take some of the guys that are hitting out of your lineup in order to bring in new people from the outside, but you're not going to take Cal or Naylor or Julio. So it is a complicated, odd situation. So that's, one of the reasons Jeff Passan, and Jeff's not here to make excuses for the Mariners, just looks at it and says it's a weird market for them.
Mm-hmm.
And trading Luis Castillo, not a great option. Not a great market in order to deal him.
He's like the 12th best starting pitcher on the market,
So as you go through it and say, all right, there aren't a lot of impact bats. Taylor Ward, fine. Casey Schmidt, fine. Those guys are okay. I'm not knocking them. And if you acquire one of them, great. There are some relievers out there. You talk about Eric Miller from the Giants. That make you better? Yeah, marginally.
On the edges.
Right. I mean, I guess he's better than Cole Wilcox or Davila. Okay, fine. All right, fine.
It'd be pragmatic.
But you actually want to, improve your strength? Go trade for Mason Miller.
Yeah, this wears two hats. So that whole conversation, I wrote down some notes here. Totally two hats for any of the old Brock and Salk listeners through the years. The market is what the market's willing to pay. That's market conditions.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, to your point, kind of a funky market, and especially for the needs and everything that you've got or your assets or the most logical or reasonable or the most, as I said, pragmatic. And then the other one is, Mike Salk 101. Goodness gracious. Till he's blue in the face, ladies and gentlemen. Well, just bring the guy in. Bring him in. Make your D-line better. Trade for Myles Garrett. I don't care what it takes. Trade for that guy from Cincinnati Hendrickson. I don't care what it takes. You're talking about making great elite. You make them elite. You add Mason Miller to this bullpen with Munoz, Brash, Spire, Bizardo, Ferrer, Cade Anderson.
It would be pretty absurd.
Maybe even Luis Castillo.
Yeah, I mean, you're really talking. I mean, okay, so you're going to take Kirby out of that rotation, so somebody's got to slide into it. So that means either Cade Anderson is in the rotation or Castillo is staying in the rotation.
No, we're talking playoffs.
All right, fine. At that point, you're down to 4, but I'm just even talking about the 2 months of getting there. Okay.
Okay.
So let's say you're going to do all that. You're gonna leave Luis in your. He doesn't want to be a reliever for whatever reason. I disagree, but fine, whatever. That seems to be the case. So Luis probably going to stay as your 5th starter. That means that your bullpen for the final couple months is going to be in this situation: Mason Miller, Matt Brash, Andres Munoz, Gabe Spire, Jose Ferrer, Edward Bizardo, and that ridiculous two-seamer from hell. That's 6. If you want, you're going to get 2 more.
Cade Anderson.
Maybe it's Cade Anderson as number 7, and then whoever the last one is. Maybe it's Cooper Criswell who comes back and is supposed to here at some point, and he's been a pretty serviceable pitcher, especially in that long role that he was originally envisioned for. You're telling me that that's not the best bullpen you've ever seen? That might be the best bullpen I've ever seen. I don't know. I mean, the Nasty Boy with the Cincinnati's in town. You think about the Nasty Boys. You think about some of the other great bullpens you've seen. I don't know that any of them are better than that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, San Diego's is really good right now. Don't get me wrong. And it's not enough. It's you've got to have more. All of this is still based on you need Cal Raleigh and Julio and those guys to provide some of the offensive spark. They haven't yet. But if that doesn't work, what have you lost? You've lost Kirby, who you're going to lose in a couple of years anyway. And what you could deal then is Mason Miller if you really feel like you have to, or Munoz or somebody else out of that pen. It still gives you all the flexibility if you want it.
And Mason Miller, by the way, is not a free agent until 2030.
Yeah, you get some time with him.
He's still got 3+ years of club control.
Yeah, and you probably would have to give up someone like Michael Arroyo in order to do it. I don't think just George Kirby gets that done just because of that time, right? The control time.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm doing that.
Mm-hmm.
I think I am in a terrible American league where you got an opportunity to go to the World Series.
Well, do you want to get to the World Series? You want to win a World Series?
Well, okay, fine. But I mean, that's going to give me the opportunity to do both of those
things. It is,
but
exactly. That's what I'm saying. That gives you the Dodgers, the Brewers, some of these teams we're going to see in the next week and certainly the next month, right? You're going to Do you want to get to that World Series stage and win the thing?
You know how important the bullpen is once you get to the playoffs. You watched all these games, whether it's Bizardo and Munoz last year, whether it's the Dodgers and what the challenges, even the mighty Dodgers. Remember how hard it was for them to close out games last year? Right? Remember how hard that was for them, the most expensive, unbelievable team? Even they have challenges because you just have to work your bullpen so hard. And it's not just that they come in every day. It's the mental grind of what they have to throw in the playoffs in these big moments. Yeah, you bring in a Mason Miller, it does. It really does. It, I think, elevates you significantly in a way that Taylor Ward does not. Let's be real. Taylor Ward does not do that. You don't add Taylor Ward and be like, oh, my God, look out for the Mariners. It's not to say I wouldn't like to add Taylor Ward, but it doesn't do that. You don't add, Casey Schmidt. And if one person listening here has heard of Casey Schmidt before last week, text me.
They're in Eastlake, Salk. If they have on Sammamish, you kidding me?
He's from Eastlake, California.
What?
I think it's Eastlake, California.
Are you sure?
No, but I'm not sure it's Eastlake, Washington.
High school?
Yeah, you might want to check that out.
Was I wrong?
You might want to just check it out before you go all in on that one.
Oh, maybe I will. Okay. So last year, 1 year ago at this time, we were talking about the Mariners going big. All these conversations with Passan leading up to the trade deadline. You got to go big. You got to go big, right? You've done all of this. You've gained all these assets and all these resources to do what? To pull the trigger and go. And last year, the market conditions were pretty darn favorable, and they played it beautifully. They waited, and they waited, right? And they waited. Is he really from Eastlake?
Yeah,
High School
that's Eastlake High School, Chula Vista, California. That's in Chula Vista.
Why didn't you tell me that yesterday?
You know what? I was because I never heard of the guy until a couple weeks ago.
You could have told me that yesterday.
I'm sorry. That's just not. It's not local. That's in Chula Vista.
I'd like to believe that he was an Eastlake Wolf.
Chula Vista, though, very close to San Diego. You know, plays there.
Is there an Eastlake High School here?
Yes, Maura. It's called the Eastlake Wolves. Haley Heward, okay, state champion her sophomore year in high school. Okay, yes. Point being, Salk, last year the market was pretty favorable. You didn't have to give up George Kirby. You didn't have to give up a Michael Arroyo, right? To get Gino and even to get Naylor. Like, you just did not have to do that. If you're going to get a Mason Miller, it is going to test all of your models and all of your data. And all of your scales and all of your equal signs. Is he that kind of dude that tilts it that much? That, as Jeff said, that NFL executive or that other pro sport executive said, yeah, there's just times.
Yeah, I think if you've got all the other things, Mason Miller is absolutely somebody who tilts a scale. He's not going to hit for you, obviously. I mean, like, you need your guys to take care of the things they're not taking care of right now. That has to happen. But if that happens, does Mason Miller put you over the top? Yes.
Do the next 12 games of those guys? Of Naylor,
I mean, they got to get hot one way or another. Yeah, I mean, sure. If you can see some evidence of what this thing's looking like.
Seen them against the Rangers, seen them against the Dodgers, seen them against first-place teams.
Absolutely, that will factor in. All right, coming up in 20, Brock, we are once again going through the entire Seahawks season from last year. We're on to Game 2. I didn't remember. Watched all the highlights from it last night, and I was like, oh, that play was awesome. Oh, that was pretty cool. Yeah. So we'll do that coming up in 20. We also have answered the question jerk today, if you don't mind texting in some questions to 866-979-3776. Any question, any subject, we'll answer it. Coming up in just over a half hour after everything you need to know next.
Jeff Passan, every Tuesday morning at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
What can be the elixir to begin the second half for Cal Raleigh?
Just getting back to the basics. In his case, let's get the ball and play a little bit more. And a lot of this is swinging at pitches that he shouldn't be swinging at. Cal Raleigh will fix himself. I absolutely, firmly believe that.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Well, any time is a good time to save some money, and right now is the perfect time. And one of the easiest ways to do that, take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. Molly and I did some years ago, and we saved thousands of dollars the very first year with First Mark, and we've been saving ever since. Here's how. First Mark Insurance works for you, not just one insurance company. They compare rates and coverages from dozens of the top-rated carriers, and they go to work to find you the right coverage at the lowest possible price for your fit. And when you need them, guess what? You get to talk to a real person who knows you and is there to help you. That's the kind of world-class service that has kept us with First Mark year after year. Take the First Mark Challenge today. It costs you absolutely nothing. There's no obligation, and you'll find out just how much money you could be saving every single month. You could be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Heck, they've had over 11,000 of them. Simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. What are you waiting for? Your savings start tomorrow. firstmarkinsurance.com.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
Dave Wyman here. Fast Water Heater has kept our water warm since 1986. That's just before my rookie year. Now they're a part of Fast Home Services, applying that same standard of excellence to your whole house. Plumbing, heating, cooling, electrical, the name you trust to keep your family comfortable, safe, happy, and healthy. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST to book your free in-home estimate or visit fasthomeservices.com for a virtual quote in seconds for water heaters, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we provide top quality windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and stay clear with low maintenance glass. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to PendergastLaw.com. That's PendergastLaw.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
A year ago, it was about the most familiar thing you could have and need to know, and yet this season, we haven't heard nearly enough of these.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and destroyed. It's on its way. Upper deck just short. Going sail away. Grand slam. Cal Raleigh. He crushes it into space. A big blast for Cal. It is 7-0 Mariners.
I'm just hearing sticks now. That's all I'm hearing in that call.
You're going to hear more sticks here in about 15
come
minutes.
Sail away, come sail away, come sail away.
Sticks is going to come right back around in this show, Brock. Different song, but
yeah.
Sticks is going to come right back around here in about 15 minutes. Walking Canzone with a lefty on the mound to pitch to Cal was a head-scratcher in the moment. But Terry Francona explains his thinking.
It's not a comfortable situation either way. Saying that, I do that every time. We have to try to keep them from scoring more. Second and third, guy with a 990 OPS against lefties. We're going to have to play the infield in. I know what Raleigh's hitting, and I'm not, he still worries me. But I thought it was our best chance to have them not score. We could play the infield at double play depth, and the worst possible outcome happened.
Sure did.
I guess I hear what he's saying there, and I guess it makes sense. 3-0 versus 7-0 doesn't really matter. Like, if they score, this game's over. So I need to do what's best to get nobody to score. And in his view, that is try to set up a double play for the struggling Cal Raleigh.
Yeah. If Dan did it, he would be murdered. Right? I mean, he just as a manager, and he's murdered in the Cincinnati.
Part of it is, give me the explanation.
No.
Did Terry Francona give anything away by offering that explanation afterwards?
No. Nope.
I think that's it. Like, you can't murder a guy when they tell you, here's the thought process. You can disagree. You can say, well, here's the other side of that. And you know what Tito would say? Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah. That's true, too. But that's the risk that I'm taking in that moment. That's why you offer an explanation, and you say it with great confidence. And afterwards, you're like, all right, he knew what he was doing. It just didn't work.
I guess the question, and I don't know the Reds intimately enough to know, like, okay, if you want to keep the score 3-0 to still have a chance to win, who is your highest leveraged arm in that point? Is that Caleb Ferguson? Who's not even going to pitch to Dom?
I think their bullpen stinks.
It doesn't.
I don't think they have too many. If they are going to Caleb Ferguson in that spot,
well, that team is playing some stinky baseball.
Yeah, really ugly yesterday. Really ugly. Game 2 tonight. Luis Castillo and Chase Burns on the hill. JP, we'll see if he can play. Scratch with a sore wrist. Julio left the game with a sore leg. Doesn't sound too bad on Julio. Here's a little more from Dan.
Just getting down the line, running in, pounding into the bag. It's a huge hustle play right there to get down the line and give us that first run and kind of turn the game into our favor. And that's how these guys play. Is they play hard and kind of hit the bag hard and hit the ball, hit him. And it was just a good moment there to make a decision to give him a minute.
So is there any concern about a strain or anything, or is it
no?
All right, there you go. No concern about a strain. Hopefully Julio back in there tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
As I said, we're going through those Seahawks games from last year. Game 2, no Nick Emmanwori, no Devin Witherspoon. Seahawks victorious. Going to be no Nick Emmanwori to begin training camp on Friday. He was placed on the PUP list yesterday, which means he can be activated at any point. But if you wait until after, I think it's August 30th, then he's got to miss the first 4 weeks of the season. That doesn't seem to be in question right now.
Not right now. We know very little. Brady Henderson's kind of done the local reporting on this, as you would imagine. He's awesome at his job, and he's continuing to dig a little bit, and we'll get it. Right? Ultimately, when all the vets come into town here at the end of the week, and they all have the rest of their physicals Thursday, and they hit the field Friday, we will have some answers on this, on exactly what the timetable is. All the speculation is at his ankle. Further speculation is it's a little bit of a cleanup. And maybe the best speculation, Brady said to Wyman and Bob yesterday, was that the season is not in doubt. That this is something to take care of now to make sure he can hit the ground running.
Just to clarify, not
opener.
Just the season, but the beginning of the season would not even be in doubt. Not that he would miss the whole year, but that he wouldn't even miss a game, which, as you go through it, more and more important.
And that first game falls on a What day of the week?
It'll be a Wednesday.
That'd be a Wednesday.
It'll be a weird Wednesday here in Seattle.
Wednesday.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We've been talking trade deadline all morning long. Jim Bowden making the suggestion of dealing George Kirby for Casey Schmidt and Eric Miller. And the more I think about it, the more I don't like it. Do I like Schmidt? Yeah, he's an interesting player, and I like that he's done it in San Francisco. Doing it in a, another park that's very, very hard to hit in, I think that matters. And he's done that. George Kirby just feels like way too much to give up. Especially
Jeff said
if
too,
there is the possibility of trying to use Kirby in a deal for someone like Mason Miller.
And
I'm a lot more excited by that.
Bit of redundancy when you make the Brendan Donovan move. Now he's a lefty and Schmidt's a righty, and this offense, and you saw it even last night versus a lefty. Like this offense needs some help from that right-hander's batter's box. Nice to see Victor get 4 hits last night. Hopefully that too can kind of start him. He can go on a month-long start. We've seen that.
Yep.
Where he gets into that
Carries
zone.
the team.
Yes, he could be a difference maker for
Absolutely.
you. So that feels like way too much for George Kirby.
I would.
If you're including George Kirby and you're having conversations about Mason Miller, Schmidt, and
Eric Miller. Yeah, that doesn't quite do it. All right, that's everything you need to know. 4:15 every
Now that
hour
I
here
know
on the
he's
Brock
not
and
even
Salk
an
Show.
Eastlake Wolf.
All right, let me open this up here. We got a couple of questions, but I'm going to need them quick. 866-979-3776. I'll spend the whole break here combing through your text questions for Answer the Question Jerk, which we'll do at 9:45. Any question, any subject, anything that's on your mind, anything you want to know, anything you got to learn, anything that you've been struggling with, anything that you think we can help with. Yeah, food, etiquette, life, dating, you name it. The sports, Brock and I, we got you. Okay.
Salk kind of nailed the salmon.
Oh yeah.
Molly's like, this is the greatest thing I think you've ever cooked.
Did you do it by just buying steelhead because it's so much easier to cook? It tastes better when it's all said and done. 866-979-3776. We'll do that in 20 minutes after Game 2 of the Seahawks season. Yes, they won this one, and Sticks played a pretty prominent role. It's coming up on Brock and Salk.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Hewitt, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
We're kicking off a football frenzy that can net you up to $10,000 in cash. Don't stand on the sidelines. Get on the pitch and join the fun. Hourly hot seat drawings run every Saturday night from 7 p.m. till midnight in June and July. Take your shot at $10,000 every week. The field's wide open. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Bigger summer crowds deserve bigger savings. Get more out of summer at Chef Store with warehouse savings on grilling must-haves for restaurants, food trucks, and events. Plus, we're open to the public. No membership required. Visit Chef Store today.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle.
Clearance prices on masks, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting, and incredible savings on a custom fit dry suit. Big savings on advanced scuba classes. Underwater Sports' 50th Annual Divers Fair starts this Thursday at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store, 107th and Aurora Avenue North. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are all in on celebrating savings all July long. Lease a 2026 Tacoma SR5 for $327 a month, or spend the summer in a 2026 4Runner SR5, leasing at $387 a month. Both vehicles leased for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Go all in this summer at Toyota, whether you're in the north or the south. Visit them at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Every summer, homeowners wait too long to find a house painter. There are only a few months left of good weather. Don't be the one left out in the rain. All Covered Painting is accepting a limited number of exterior projects this summer. If you want a licensed contractor that does the work right and backs it up with an industry-leading warranty, don't wait. Now offering a complimentary color consultation with a designer for specific projects. Get your free estimate at allcoveredpainting.com.
Just 4 days
until training camp for the Super Bowl champs. And nobody has it covered like the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents wisdom from the road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
The Boeing Classic welcomes the world's greatest golf legends to the Pacific Northwest, August 14th through the 16th at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Watch Masters champions and Golf Hall of Famers compete for a $2.3 million purse at the only PGA Tour champion stop in the region. Bring the whole family and make sure to check out the Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BoeingClassic.com to get yours today.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
There you go. The sweet sounds of sticks, Brock. You said you wanted more, and you got it. And it fits perfectly with our Week 2 Seahawks victory in Pittsburgh, where they love to play Renegade. Coming up in 15 minutes, we'll answer your questions. For Answer the Question Jerk, they are, there's an odd group of them this week. A lot of questions that I feel like we aren't good people to try to answer, but whatever. We'll see where it goes. That's coming up in 15. We'll do some Answer the Question Jerk. We've been going through, and today's day 2 of this, the 20 games that the Seahawks played last year. 17 regular season games, 3 in the playoffs. Started because I just couldn't really remember them all, but I'm guessing not everybody can. And also, even if you can, how much fun is it to go back through and reminisce over the good times of the Seahawks going to the Super Bowl?
I mean, this one had a player in it that you and I didn't even remember.
That's true.
And he made a big play.
Big play in this game. Moore and I were both like, yeah, what happened to that guy? So Seahawks lost week 1, as you know, in San Francisco, or to San Francisco at home. And now we've got one of their 3 losses out of the way. So from here on out, there's
they
only
won
2 more
85% of their
losses.
games.
Pretty
last year.
amazing.
Yep,
that's a pretty good winning percentage. This was a 31-17 win in Pittsburgh. Ken Walker, really good day, over 100 yards on the day. Sam Darnold did throw for 2 picks along with 2 touchdowns. So I think at this point we were having some conversations like, that's 3
early
turnovers.
I want to say first series. Pick to Cooper Kupp.
Wasn't great, right? 3 turnovers at that point. We're starting to wonder about them a little bit. But you also got a couple of interceptions. Let's see. Kobe Bryant had one. Do you remember who had the other, Brock?
Job.
That would no. He had an excellent game, but no, wasn't Josh Jobe. Oh, that would be the immortal Darion Kendrick. Yeah, Darion Kendrick.
Oh,
you remember him, right? Cut eventually by the Seahawks, went to the Rams, now with the Cowboys. Moore did the research
cut by
this
the
morning.
Rams first, picked up by the Seahawks, cut by the Seahawks, picked up by the Rams, cut by the Rams, and now with the Cowboys.
Yeah, Darion Kendrick with a pick. And actually, if I remember right, played a pretty good game. We were all like, okay.
Oh, yeah.
No Spoon in that game. No Emmanwori in that game either. So for those guys to step up, pretty huge. Now, what was the big moment in this game? You alluded to it yesterday in the fourth quarter. Game still close.
Getting ready to boot it away is Myers. A low line drive kick. Gainwell and Johnson. As the ball bounces through the hands of Johnson and into the end zone, it's going to stay in the end zone. Do the Seahawks fall on it in the end zone? It's going to be a touchdown, Seahawks. The ball went through the hands of the kick returner. Holy catfish! What a break for the Hawks.
Yeah, not just a break. They made their own break. George Halani knew what was going on. Steve Rabel and the Steelers did not. And whether it touched his hand or not, with the new kickoff rules, that ball was live.
Sure
and he jumped right on that sucker for a touchdown. Just an unbelievable heads-up moment that really did. If you're looking at foreshadowing in just week 2 of the season, yeah, there were a couple of big sacks, and they definitely beat up Aaron Rodgers in this game. Yes, the ready squad with Darion Kendrick stepping in and Josh Jobe, there was an element of that, but the heads-up play and the way the special teams affected games for them, just a huge deal in week 2.
Absolutely. Kind of set the tone for the best special teams unit in all the NFL that didn't just kind of stand by or play the third fiddle as the other part of the game. Nope, we're going to be difference makers, and we're going to flip fields, and we're going to score touchdowns. We're going to get punt return touchdowns. We're going to have kickoff return touchdowns, and George Halani's going to score a touchdown by recovering that thing in the end zone. I'll tell you what else I remember about this one, Salk. Last year, I believe they set a record when it was all said and done, an NFL record, or certainly a season record, maybe not an NFL record. Do you remember that this was also the first of the 3rd and 16-plus rush plays that had success? All of them fairly monumental. I believe this one even went for a touchdown on 3rd and 16.
Yeah, I got a few plays that jumped out to me because I watched I didn't watch the whole game. That would have been a long time. But I watched the highlights of the game last night. Well, I had the Mariner game on. There was a lot going on. But I wanted to watch and try to remember what happened in this game. And there were a bunch of plays that stood
Cecily
out.
doing planks or plyo jumps or what did it, med ball
Cecily
tosses? What
was
were you having to
basically
do
lying on the ground. She was exhausted after going to boxing camp yesterday. She can barely function. I enjoyed watching them sack Aaron Rodgers a few times.
1st and 10 from his own 35. Rodgers, empty backfield. He's looking. He's still looking. Now he's going to scramble. Now he's going to go down. Murphy gets another one.
A couple of those sacks where they pushed the pocket, right? Made Aaron step up, and then up came the guys. Jaron Reed had a sack, 2 for Byron Murphy, so they were getting the pressure up in his face and burying him that way. That stood out, and that was something that became a big thing for them throughout the year. This pass from Sam Darnold to JSN was an absolute beauty.
He's flanked on either side. Play fake to Charbonnet. Now he's going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line. The Seahawks finally take a deep shot, and it's JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba in single coverage. A perfect pass thrown by Sam Darnold.
Kind of a 50-50 ball, and JSN goes up and gets it. That was on Ramsey, Jalen Ramsey.
Did Ramsey have a pick earlier as well?
I think he did.
I believe he did.
So, you kind of okay, you're starting to see some of the seeds of what would eventually take place that we didn't know were that big yet. Right. But okay, second straight 100-yard week for JSN, and he's doing it on a star like Jalen Ramsey, who's had everybody's number. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned at the end of the game, so they had a chance, 3rd and long, to be conservative and run it and try to, work the clock, or to maybe go for it on the positive side. I think they were at the 19-yard line. They went conservative, and it paid off.
3rd and goal from the 19. Walker now in the backfield. JSN wide to the left side, and Walker's going to get the toss. He's going left side. He's got some blocking. He turns upfield. He's down inside the 5. Touchdown, Seahawks! Ken Walker the third. If the Steelers are going to load up near the line of scrimmage, Walker is going to flank you to the left and run right past you, and he does. The Seahawks score again. It is 30-17.
You may remember that when he does the little jump into the end zone as if he's still running in the air like a cartoon. Yeah. That was definitely a dagger to end that one and help them win by a couple of scores.
That was bunch, toss, crack, and that worked effectively 3 different times. 49ers, in an enormous way down there in Santa Clara, where John Lynch crashed out in the booth when they showed the replay of that. Charbonnet had one midseason, and that one was enormous. And when that's kind of a boomer bust play, Salk, and if you get that crackback block right on the edge and you get people out in front, you get the cavalry going. And that was one of those there's Gray Zabel. Oh gosh, these guys can run a little bit. This is a more athletic group. You're right, that more even than the first game. This one started to just plant the seeds of what was to bloom. What was to bloom in the passing game with explosive plays. Mm-hmm. What was to bloom in the special teams phase where, again, it's not a stalemate. You win. And then, your line of scrimmage. Those are 4-man rushes. Those were not like crazy stunts and crazy pressures. You're not going to do that against Aaron Rodgers. He's going to see it all. He's going to get the ball out. He's going to check. Those were 4-man rushes that beat their 5 consistently. And then, the run game got going.
Well, I think it's important to note,
and to do it on the road where you were embarrassed in Pittsburgh multiple times.
And not just on the road, Brock, to do it without Josh Jobe and Nicky Emmanwori. I'm sorry, to do it without Nicky Emmanwori or Devin Witherspoon.
Correct.
For all the conversations that came later about, oh my God, Emmanwori is such a difference maker, and he allows you to play nickel all the time and still stop the run. He wasn't around for that game. So you did need to start finding other ways, and honestly, they found one of their heroes, and Josh Jobe. This is what Mike McDonald told us about him the next day.
Yeah, I saw the same thing that you guys did. He had a tremendous game. He's tough, physical. He's played the ball well late in the down. Played a tremendous game. He really did. Deserves a lot of credit, and I'm happy for him. All this guy does is work and try to be attention to detail and prepare, and doesn't have a lot to say for it, which is cool. I mean, that's his personality, and he's playing really good football right now.
Yeah, again, one of my favorite things about this little exercise is some of the foreshadowing of things that would come. And in Josh Jobe's case, it's not just for last year, but the fact that he's the guy they wanted more than Reek Woolen. Yeah, no, we'll take Josh
beat
Jobe
out Reek Woolen. Yeah, you'd eventually, when push came to shove over the course of the year and certainly into the off season of the decisions you were going to make, you went down that road. And it was, this was kind of also, we saw it the year before to a degree, Salk, but what frustrated me so much at the end of the Pete Carroll run. What frustrated me so much was that just kind of rope-a-dope defense. The year where you try to play base defense, oh my gosh, versus 11 personnel. Oh, the pain in my elbow, the pain in my soul is you're just giving up 500 yards to Matt Schaub, right, as a Falcon. Like, you're just playing soft. You're not contesting catches. You're not competitive in those environments. Just stay on top, keep everything in front, and make them earn it. Well, everybody was earning it. And then some in the pass and the rush, all of it. And that was that's pretty cool, man. Josh Jobe, this kind of retread off the streets, been a few places. And this dude is just playing with a competitive grit. And he's making these contested, just contest them. If you get beat, you get beat. But make it more difficult. Don't just give up space. Don't give up gimmies. Don't make it easy. Contest these catches. And, man, he contested in a big-time way.
And now and you see the effect that it had over the course of the year, not just taking the job, but eventually getting signed for the next season as well. We also started to learn a little bit more about Mike McDonald, the motivator, right, as he was – this is a little new for him last year. He had done it the year before, and they said that was maybe one of the weaknesses in his game, so to speak, comparatively.
Be the CEO.
What did you need to do? You go into Pittsburgh where it can get rowdy, and he found a way by playing that stick song, Renegade, before the game before the practices all week to get them in their right headspace.
We just felt like it was important. This is a stadium that we haven't been to, that I had a lot of experience in, so I understand like what happens. And it's kind of like when you visualize, like the power of visualization, when you can see, your brain goes through the process of going to do the things you're supposed to do and executing. I think it was a similar thought. It's just the guys understanding what the atmosphere is like, how they operate. That song always comes on like the fourth quarter at some point, or in the second half, and let's be ready for it. Let's take advantage of it. Let's try to turn the tables in our favor as best we can. And our guys, it just happened in that drive, we went down and scored and Sam had a heck of a play. We jacked up the protection. PQ had a free run at him, and he made a miss and made just a tremendous play with him and AJ. We went down to score. So that was a critical moment in the game.
And if you remember, they were singing it on the sidelines. The Seahawks players were, because they'd been listening to it all week long to get ready for it. It was a pretty cool moment and some really great coaching.
Psychological warfare.
Well, okay, that might be extreme. I don't know if I would go all that far.
Oh, you don't go that far?
It might be a lot. I don't know if there was warfare involved.
You know who does that as much as anybody in football? In my life experience of the last 2 decades and talking to a lot of people, certainly Jason Benetti would co-sign on this and tell you the exact same thing. And actually, there's a bunch of alignment. Mike's spoken down at this program a couple different times, and there's a mad amount of mutual respect between program and organization. Dan Lanning. It's an Oregon 101. Oregon spends a ton of resources, a lot of money with their people, their presentation, their marketing, right? They know what they're doing. Dan's taken that over to the football side, and they've done much the same thing, whether it is the songs and jump around in different environments, right? That's a much more collegial deal. You don't see that in like a lot of NFL markets where there's a song or there's that just, Pavlov dog response that you can create. And they did it. And I think, there's a lot of belief in that the science and the psychology and all those chasing edges. That's really what that game was. As we talk through this, Salk, this will be kind of fun and instructive, because to me, that is the blueprint of chasing edges. Special teams, right? That move there to kind of build up and practice to go on the road yet again, to be in a tough and hostile environment. How are you going to handle that? 3rd and 16, just chasing edges, man. Chase edges. And you get enough of those edges and enough of those cuts, you make them bleed, and you come away 1-1 and really turn a lot of the negativity of that opening week right around.
We've never really done anything like this. This is a new thing for you and I, to kind of go through and go look back at each game at the end of it all. And it is interesting to see all the things that you learned by the end of the season show up early in the season and maybe foreshadow a lot of what was to come. So tomorrow we are on to week 3. Do you remember who they played in week 3?
I do not.
Would you like to? It was It was their first blowout of the year.
Arizona?
Not yet.
No, New Orleans.
New Orleans. Yes.
The Rattler.
Yes.
The Rattler.
What did the Seahawks do to the poor New Orleans Saints in week 3 last year? Tomorrow at 9:30, we'll run through it. Right now, though, let's answer some questions.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question, Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk! Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
All right, as I said, some of these questions I think I don't know if we're the right audience for them, but we'll do the best we can, Brock, okay? That's how we are. We battle through. No excuses.
Great.
Jerks, which is better, sunny but not very warm, or hot but overcast? Hot and overcast.
Yeah.
Heat.
103 on the turf yesterday, Sunday afternoon. One of the hottest days in the sun. Like
That's
on the
hot.
turf, probably 130 degrees. Not fun. Last night, 99 degrees as it got to, but cloudy, no sun. Sign me up. Feel great. Feel absolutely.
The nice
great.
thing here in Seattle is you don't get a lot of sunny but not warm. It just doesn't happen that often.
No.
Generally, if it's sunny, it's warm here. That's
You
just
burn
how it
through the
goes.
marine layer.
Yeah.
You burn through that sucker.
It's hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not really a thing here. All right. I don't know how to answer this because I feel like I need more information. Answer the question, jerks. What can you throw farther, a fish or a donut? Well, I think I got to know what kind of fish I'm talking about. How heavy is the fish? I mean, you're talking about like a giant, tuna? 600-pound tuna? I can throw a donut farther.
Question for you on X. Have you noticed, you're not on X a ton. I'm on it probably a lot more than you are. Have you noticed like the algorithm's getting very strong So if you're looking at something, you're going to be inundated. I got more fishing video. I can't even get through the fishing tweets.
When I am on Twitter, I never go to the For You. I only look at who I'm following.
Oh, interesting.
I have no interest. That's why I follow people. I have no interest in receiving anything from anyone I'm not following.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, I only do the things I'm following.
Wow.
So I don't have any of that.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're trying to throw a massive grouper, no chance.
All right, but so let's say it's like a mackerel.
Let's
I
say
think I
it's
could throw a
Let's say it's a
mackerel.
salmon at Pike Place, right? The thing gets tossed all the time.
I think I
That
could
or
get a
a
donut,
donut.
for as long as it's not covered in frosting, so that it's like it sticks to the finger. I think I could get a donut pretty far, kind of throwing it like a frisbee.
Depends how heavy. It's got to have a little weight to it. It's got to be a fritter.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, I'm just talking about a regular donut. I'm not thinking like a
Maple
Krispy
bar?
Kreme thing or.
You could fling a maple bar pretty.
No, those don't have enough weight to them.
No, not enough weight.
No,
Yeah, not enough
I
weight.
think I could get like a regular old-fashioned donut a lot farther than a maple bar.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think it's a very.
You just need more
comparable.
info.
Yeah.
Just need more info. Speaking of jerks and food, which is better, beef jerky or jerk chicken? It's a good question. Easy answer, though. Beef jerky. I don't love jerk chicken. I always want to like it. I always try it again.
It's
I'm
a
like,
ceiling floor
it's just not that
question.
good.
It's a ceiling floor question.
Yeah, really
Jerk
good
chicken's
jerk
got a
chicken.
higher ceiling than jerky does. It does.
Jerky's just more of like an everyday snack.
You know what I got
hard, 'cause
Titus
one,
yesterday?
To me, one's a meal.
What do you think of Jack Link's Doritos flavored beef jerky?
Doritos is on everything now. They have Doritos flavored smart food. Which, by the way, it wasn't bad. I did have to try it. It was actually pretty good.
I had the Cheeto Smart Food. I was like, oh, this is not.
It was
not
actually
bad.
pretty good.
What do you mean smart food?
Like, smart food?
No.
The popcorn, the white cheddar popcorn.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I don't mean like it makes you smarter. I mean, it's called smart food. It's the name of the brand.
Thank you.
Jerks, mostly Salk. Now that the World Cup is over, what do you miss the most? Oh, that's a good question. Getting to talk about it every day on the show.
I realized in listening to Rich Eisen and D-Mac yesterday. So Darren McKee was in town.
Been on the show many times.
Yep. Great radio host. Esteemed. A lot of years. And he came out to Seattle. He wanted to just experience all of Seattle. The Mariners game, World Cup games. He didn't end up going in the game. He didn't want to pay $5,000 for a ticket to watch them get their head kicked in. But he went to all the different spots. It was so fun listening to him talk. He's like, oh, went to this place, Elysian. Oh, and I found this little French bar in Pike Place to watch France. And like it was like living vicariously through DMAC in our city. And then listening to Rich Eisen talk about the World Cup. And what this has exposed, I think, in you is not a flaw. It's just a personality trait of who you are. And the Twitter thing does as well. Like, you don't care to connect with the world. Like, you connect with the things that you care about. But for the Rich Eisens, for the DMAX.
That's why he doesn't like documentaries either or podcasts.
Like, yes.
I like what I like.
Exactly. And Rich said that earlier, like, oh, it was 1 billion people connecting and and you're like, I don't care. I
don't.
connect with what I
A lot of
connect
people
with.
watch CSI. I'm not watching that either. It's garbage. I like what I like.
What are you going to be in 10 years?
Exactly the same as I am now. Happier. I'm getting happier by the day.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm not unhappy. I'm very happy. I just
You are
don't,
happy.
I like what I like. I don't
That's
need to
right.
like what everyone else likes. Sometimes they overlap, and that's
You know
great.
what they yell? They call the guy that yells at the clouds? They always call him old man yelling at the clouds. Because as you get older,
How do
you
they ever
start
come
yelling-
up with that?
You are a beauty.
I am. I really
You
am.
really, really are.
Jerks, if somehow the Mariners get Mason Miller, how quickly can we get Daniel Jeremiah on the show so we can get his reaction? Well, I'll tell you that. We're going to have him on the show tomorrow, 8:30. So maybe they'll get Mason Miller tonight.
Ooh, what number texted that in? Do you have it? Is
No.
that a 206?
I don't have it.
425? Okay. Because that person was
Prescient.
thinking exactly what I was thinking an hour ago.
Prescient. Yeah, we'll have DJ on tomorrow at 8:30. Jerks, what is your go-to concession stand at the Washington State Fair? I've never been to the fair. I still haven't been.
I went last year and I was shocked by how expensive it was. Like, I couldn't imagine taking your entire family if you have kids.
That's why I don't go.
I got the roasted corn. What
It's
is
another
it?
thing I don't want to go to. I'm fine with it. I don't
Oh
need
my
to.
goodness.
I don't need to go to the fair to connect with the people there.
There was a lot of cute animals.
I might say this is, and I apologize.
Cute animal at home.
Apologize for my language, but This really pisses me off.
I know it does. You hate
It
this.
really, really.
You
pisses
really
me
hate
off.
that I've never been to the fair.
Yes, it does. Yeah,
I don't
it
like
does.
things like that, though.
But like, you got to do the pew at some point.
No, I don't.
At some point, so you can park on Peg.
Elephant ear.
So you can hang
Then do
out
it for
with
me.
Coach. You like Coach and Peg.
I do, but
Take care of
I'd
you
rather
and
see
your
them without
family.
the fair going on.
They will take care of you.
I don't want to see them during
With
the fair. I'd rather
world-class
see them without the fair.
Hospitality.
No, I'm good.
You wouldn't like the hypnotist?
Not really.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. I'd like a hypnotist by itself. I just don't need the crowd around at the fair.
Fine, it's all fine.
Ugh.
I really wish you wouldn't ask that question because it makes me mad.
I know it does. That's why I put it on here.
Like I grew up there, Salk.
I know you did. I know.
Still 2 blocks from my home.
I know that.
Do you
I
know
wonder
how
if
cool
it's like
it was
you
to win the
remember.
rat hat when I threw the
You got to answer this question here, Brock. Jerks, this is from a couple weeks ago, but I forgot to add it, so I got it here now. If you took your wife to get eye surgery and you had an hour to kill, would you A, stay in the waiting room and sit on your phone, or B, go get coffee or a bite to eat, or C, go to the driving range and hit balls? I did C, and I got dirty looks from people working there. What's wrong with that?
What did you tell people there? They were working there. Like, oh, my wife's in eye surgery. Look at me.
I'm assuming he means people working at the eye surgery place.
Oh, I see.
Not people. I'm sure everyone at the driving range understood.
Yes.
I'm sure it's the people at the eye doctor who were like, "You did what?
Hey,
What else
hit
are you
me
gonna
up.
do? Why do I
Hey,
have
hit
to?"
me up. You got my cell number. If something comes up in the next hour and there's an emergency, let me know. I'm gonna go hit balls.
Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming, so let's
if it's-
say
yeah.
if it was at, Hospital Row here, if it was, in First Hill, you go over to Jefferson. What are you, 5 minutes away? Maybe 10? Why is that different from going and get a cup of coffee?
Why is that? I have no problem with that.
It does mean you got to come back and park. That's a thing. And that takes a while in that area. Still, what's going to happen?
Yeah, she's at Overlake. You go over to Bellevue Muni.
It sounds
Not
like
that big
this
of a deal.
was, this was an emergency surgery. This was a planned surgery.
Sure.
That's not too bad. I think you're fine. I don't know if I'd do it myself, but
I'm so mad at you. Don't ever ask that question about the fair again.
When
Like,
is
there's
the
things
fair?
that you say
Starts
to me
soon,
like,
right?
hey, you can't say that again. That term from Braveheart, I've eliminated that from my
That's because it's
vernacular.
offensive.
Brock,
Sure.
but you have fond memories. When was the last time you went? Because everyone's kind of saying
Right.
what I'm saying, that now it's overpriced and not as great.
You don't go.
Oh, yeah, it's
20
been a
years?
few years.
20,
No,
15?
No, watch your mouth.
You haven't gone since we've done the show.
Absolutely have multiple times.
Somebody's asking what's a good food to increase salt intake. I don't know. I'd start with those Dorito-covered smart food
corn,
popcorn
yeah.
kernels. That'll help your salt intake quick. Bump and Stacy are coming up next. DJ on the show tomorrow. Daniel Jeremiah. We'll see you at 6 a.m. Until then, Brock the Hay.
Go Mariners. Barnes.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, slaying like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
Right now is the perfect time to save some money. And one of the easiest ways to save, take the First Mark Challenge. Molly and I took the First Mark Insurance Challenge, and we saved thousands of dollars the first year with First Mark Insurance. And we've been saving ever since. Here's how. First Mark Insurance works for you, not one insurance company. They compare rates and coverage from dozens of the top-rated carriers. Then they go to work to find you the right coverage at the lowest possible price for your needs. And when you need them, well, you'll talk to a real person who knows you and is there to help you. That's the kind of world-class service that has kept us with First Mark year after year after year. Take the First Mark Challenge today. It costs you nothing. There's no obligation, and you'll find out just how much money you could be saving every single month. You could be the next First Mark Challenge victory. They've had over 11,000 of them. Simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. What are you waiting for? Your savings? They start tomorrow. FirstMarkInsurance.com. That's FirstMarkInsurance.com.
Super Summer Weekend is here at LeMay, America's Car Museum. This Friday, Disney Pixar's movie Cars, drive-in theater style. Saturday, Carson Coffee Show and Family Steam Day with custom car tracks and hands-on fun. AmericasCarMuseum.org.
So you need to have a system where if a customer wants to transact online, shop their vehicle, find their vehicle, fill everything out, and do as much paperwork even online, and buy the car online, and then come in at an appointment time so they can be in and out in an efficient time. Hey, my target goal is an hour. If you want to take half those steps, just know that, you're going to have another hour of transaction and paperwork, and then you're going to have roughly an hour of delivery. Some people even want more than that because it's a lot of technology. So it's making it available so a customer that wants to go 25, 50, or 100% meet them there where they want to be. If you want to take all these steps, I can meet you there.
The Johnson Auto Family. The LJ way.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Ichiro is back, and he's trading base hits for long balls. 50 season celebration weekend kicks off with the all-new Alumni Home Run Derby presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. On Friday, August 7th, after the team takes on the Rays, see Ichiro step up to the plate against other former Mariners sluggers. Seats are going fast. Get yours at mariners.com/tickets.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete